Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. The lies, the deceit from the Marxist left will continue and are going to really inflame a lot of us, not with inspiration, but with disgust until the November 2026 elections. All right. Trying to destroy and discredit the Trump administration like they did in after 2016, when President Trump was first put into office. So if in the very unlikely chance, but if by chance the Democrats do achieve to take the House and or the Senate, we have the leftist Marxists, which will take over and it's done. America's done. All right. So we have one last chance. Now, it was very close in Nashville. We had a special election, and the Democrats, like I've said, and I have other people on my show that have said that there is a massive amount of money that's being money laundered through Maricopa, Arizona, into Nashville. And we just saw almost the result of that, where you had a Democrat who hates Nashville, hates the people of Nashville, hates country music. You got to be kidding me, in Nashville. And she came close to winning. All right. It wasn't because there was a big push to make sure that the Republican, who normally wins by 22 points, I think he barely won, was, voted into office. So this is going to continue all the way up until the November 2026 elections. It's going to be every week. There'll be something new. A couple of weeks ago, it was Jeffrey Epstein. They don't care. The Democrats don't care that they, for the most part, Democrats are going to be found to be, very culpable, very much involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like I said, just kind of kidding around. It's like they're all playing in the water at the beach, and everybody's like, "Oh, look, the Democrats are all cool. They're having fun at the beach." And then, they find out that everybody's onto them, that they're not cool. They're not fun, and they're trying to take down America. So they stab one of themselves and say, Jeffrey Epstein. And then they run from the water as sharks start to eat some of their own. And they're like, oh, look, poor us. A shark came that you don't know that they chummed the water with some of their own people. All right. So that's what they did with Jeffrey Epstein. So take attention away from the rest of them so that they can still come out and attack Donald Trump. It's like, oh, look, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault the sharks were in the water eating us. So this is going to continue until, like I said, November. It's November next year. It's going to be, so here we have, another 11 months to put up with these jackasses. It's insane. They all should be thrown in prison. Now, when I say this, you know that I don't mean all Democrats, right? Because more people watch my show, and I look at the, where the numbers come from. More people watch my show from Chicago, which is almost always number one. Chicago, as we know, is very much a liberal city. But the people that have built that city through generations of sweat, tears, and blood are concerned that their city is about to go Marxist and they're going to lose control of their city. Same thing in New York. Probably number two is New York. And then we have LA, San Francisco, and then around the world, Australia, very, very high numbers, a little bit of Canada. You would think Canada being right next door, English speakers, they'd be way up there. Britain, so there are people all over the world that watch this program that want to see, maybe they are a leftist, all right? But they don't want to see the leftists get out of control like we're seeing to the extreme point of Marxism and take over and destroy everything that they've fought for, like I said, for generations. So regardless of your political persuasion, we know that there are some very serious problems, not only in America, but the rest of the world. And America falls, the rest of the world will fall. All right. So we've seen, I had a friend that's in Charleston, South Carolina. We've seen some very strange activity. This is not unusual because I've trained all over the world, other countries, special forces, and so forth. We never give them, or we used to not, I don't know about now, we never gave them our best stuff because we thought at some point we may fight these people. And of course, that's what we've been doing. But a friend of mine, videoed in Charleston, South Carolina at a sub shop where they come in with a bus and all these soldiers got out from other countries. All right. Of course, there was American with them, but you're looking at them and it looks like, I don't know, a Middle Eastern, I don't know, all over the world, Kuwait, who knows, maybe even Ukrainians, who knows. All right. So this is one of the things I think at some point America needs to stop doing this. Stop training other countries' militaries. All right. We need to get all of our 109 bases or whatever we have all over the world and stop it. All right. Maybe a few bases all over the world, but we need this. This is obvious that America has been, exerting control all over the world. That's just got to stop. We need to pull all that money back to America. It just really irritates me when I see seniors who should be, enjoying their lives, unless they were lucky and, made fortunes, which not everybody does. A lot of people rely on Social Security because we were told that that's going to take care of you, pay into the system. And then when you retire, you're going to have all this money. No, there's no money in Social Security. And seniors are struggling, all of them that are relying on Social Security, even relying on, I remember my mom, she had Social Security, she had Medicare, she had retirement from the state of South Carolina after working there, for 30 years. She barely got by. If it wasn't for, family helping her out, she'd been in a bad way. All right. So I came in and really helped her out a lot. Fortunately, I was in a position because I was working for Blackwater and then eventually CIA. So I was making a lot of extra money, but not everybody can afford that. Right. And so it is criminal what has been going on in America. Now, President Trump is talking about now, with all the tariffs, making enough money from the tariffs that stopping taxation, right? So on January 1st, from that point on, seniors don't get their Social Security tax. Hello, thank you. At least that's going to help a little bit. And then people that work in the bar, that make tips and so forth, waitresses, waiters, so forth. Their income won't be taxed because, for a lot of, unless you work in a very high-end area, even sometimes in a high-end area, you don't make a lot of tips. It's crazy to me. But if you're working in just the average place, I remember I worked at Black Angus and bar and grill and steakhouse. And we were kind of like on the, I'd say, middle to low income area. And even though it's a great restaurant, people didn't tip. The waitresses talked about how when they came in and said, you're going to have to claim this much in tips. There were a lot of waitresses like, I don't make that much in tips, and now I have to pay the government. So it's very frustrating for a lot of people that, struggle, just on the lower spectrum. So President Trump is starting the process of stopping the taxation, guys. Completely doing away with Federal Reserve, doing away with the IRS. And now he just by himself can't do that. It has to be we the people. It was always supposed to be we the people. And then this deep state government started taking over. All right. So he's trying to reverse all that. And in the meantime, the deep state government and the deep state military and the deep state press are coming at him left and right. So the latest bullshit that we see from the deep state Democrats are that they're attacking President Trump and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. Should have always been Secretary of War, and they made it Secretary of Defense, right? I can tell you as a fighter, you go into a fight defensive mindset, you are going to lose. So President Trump got it back to an offensive Secretary of War. So now we're offensive, destroying the enemy that is literally destroying America like never before, and that's through the drug trade. All right, fentanyl and all the illicit drugs that are coming into America on a level that's never been seen in any war in existence. Right, so that's been turned around. So what did the Democrats do? Instead of being hallelujah, you're saving us, and you're going to cut taxes so we get people have more to spend, they're attacking him. All right, they're attacking the Trump administration and everyone that is in the Trump administration. Of course, Pete Hegseth. So I've told you before that when I was in the military and in the CIA, there were missions that we had where you go in and you don't take prisoners, all right? Because they're all extreme criminals. They're all terrorists. The terrorists that are bringing drugs to America. What do you want? Do you want to allow them, Democrats? Do you want to allow them to those two? They call them two sailors that were stranded. No, they're criminal, possibly thousands and thousands of Americans. You don't give them quarter. They're pirates. They're pirates. You like pirates? Go to Disneyland. Go to Disney World and ride the pirate ride. Yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me. Look back in time. Pirates weren't good. All right. So those Disney criminals, right? I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole too much, but we're looking at the law of the sea. Not so good for America, guys. It's a pirate law, right? So that's what they tried to invoke. Like pirates are cool. They're just fun. No, it's just fun. They're just fun. No, they were evil. They were every time they were seeing, and that's what we're seeing right now. So the Democrats, as we know, it's all about the drug trade, guys. The Democrats are benefiting from it. That Democrat that probably would have gone into, office there in Nashville, she's benefiting from the drug trade. They supported her. They almost got her into office. All right. So this is what we're seeing from the Democrats, guys. All right. Whether you've been a lifelong Democrat and you're not going to leave the Democrat Party, it doesn't matter to me, but you need to understand that the Democrat Party is not the party of JFK, right? It's gone, long gone, right? And it's not going to ever come back. So it's been a long downhill slope ever since then, guys, for Democrat Party. And at this point, it's pure evil to me. I keep saying the Democrat Party is going to go away. That doesn't mean that you go away because you're Democrat. You're just going to find something else to support, guys. All right. It's no big deal. Stop supporting Democrats. Right. They are evil. Their whole organization is completely evil. You got to stop it. You got to train yourself to break free. Right. All right. So we're going to see more of this coming. Like I said, more of the bullshit coming from this side. Now let's play a little bit of a little clip. Now, there are good Muslims, guys. All right. So there was a Muslim group that actually brought me to Paris for the Muslim kids. Right. So Muslim what are they called? I never was in it, but the Boy Scouts. So the Muslim Boy Scouts brought me to Paris to talk. And it wasn't the normal Muslims. There's different sects of Muslims, and if you look at the different sects, there's one sect that's very spiritual, the whirling dervishes. If you look at Rumi, the Islam poet, all right. So he wasn't an Islamist. He was part of the Muslim. Because the Islamists came in and basically took over. So these very incredible, so they're like, okay, we'll join you. We'll still be spiritual and we'll still do our thing. So everywhere they're at, though, they get hammered. Sunni and the Shia. I call them the Shiites, all right, the Shits, all right, the Shiites and the Sunni basically war against each other, and they're not so much good guys, right? Of course, there's good people within everything. There's good people in every religion, but there's, I would say, on the most part, Muslims unfortunately don't do well with others. They come in and they basically take over. They almost completely took over Europe, and Europeans finally got some balls and pushed back. Europeans now don't have any balls, and so is America going to be the same? Are we going to let these evil Muslim types come in and take over America? So this is Alex Jones. We're going to listen to a little piece of this, and we'll you guys make your own ideas of what you want to support, what you don't want to support. I can tell you from my experience for 25, 24 years, 25, 26, 35 years. All right, so most of it, I say 27, 28 years being around the Islamists, not so much good guys. All right. There are exceptions, of course, like I talked about. There are beautiful people. I've met many Muslims that are beautiful people, but we're going to have to be very careful going forward. I think a lot of these Somalis need to go.
Come here from a horrible country. They don't contribute, and then they're not even grateful. There's no gratitude. There's no reverence. There's no appreciation. And he's right. Ilhan Omar, that other one that just ran for mayor, they're not loyal to America. They don't even like America. And he's right. All they do is whine and complain.
Okay, so you guys remember, so I have some buddies that were in SEAL Team 6, and they were overseas trying to feed the Somalis. All right, feed the Somalis. Somalis are warring against each other. And then they're like, oh, you're trying to feed the person we're warring against? It's kind of like that same thing. The Muslims against Muslims. Americans and the peacekeeping force, they're trying to give them food. So remember all the We Are the World, Michael Jackson and all the stars, give to, feed the people of Africa. And so people gave millions, billions, and it went to the Somalis. And what do they do for thanking us?
I love that he says all they do is bitch. It's true. That's all they do. And we don't want them here. Does anybody think America's made better by a bunch of Somalian immigrants? We don't want them here. It's just not a good idea. Don't need them.
And it's so healthy to start differentiating and bring back common sense. That was so revolutionary. Wow.
It is. But now we need to see something done about it. They need to go into Minneapolis and liberate the city, because otherwise it's all talk. Okay, it's a great statement. That.
All right, so I can tell you some horror stories of the guys that were in Somalia, and they said that when they started getting attacked, the Somalis hid behind women and children and fired at them as they're driving through the streets trying to get the hell out of there. Right? They had wounded. One of my buddies said he had a knife on his side. They were like, bullets were coming through. He said he took off his body armor and put it on the side of the door, and they were driving through the city, and the bullets were hitting his body armor instead of going into him. He said that he got back from them shooting for like hours at them, and his knife, he had it in a scabbard. There was a bullet hole. It had saved his leg. So if he'd gone in where his hip was, he probably would have bled out. So, they had all of these Army guys in the back, Rangers. They're in the back, they're all shot up, and they just put them in the back of this Humvee. So my SEAL Team 6 buddies were like driving and they told me, Mike, we were just shooting. If they were shooting us, we were just shooting. We knew there were women and children that were in front of them, but we had no choice. We just shot at where the fire was coming from. And they had women and children lining the streets, and behind them were the men firing at them. All right. So he said there was one spot where they stopped so they could get communication. You remember all the helos were being shot down and everything. So they were trying to go to where the helos were and help the guys Delta guys like fast roped in, Delta snipers fast roped in. Both of them got the Medal of Honor because it was a one-way mission, but they went in anyways. They're like, you guys know that you're going in and you may not come back. And they're like, yeah. So they fast roped in from a helicopter and went in to try and save the helicopter pilots. And that was the way it was. I mean, people were storming them like crazy. It was unbelievable. And so my buddy was telling me how they were, trying to make communication. They had stopped the convoy. They're in this intersection. This old woman, he said, walked out into the street, down the street, and then she walks back. And then an RPG came and blew up close to where the vehicle was. And then this old woman comes back and she looks at them. She saw where the RPG hit, and they were like, what is she doing? And she walked back, and then RPG almost blew up right on them. So the woman walked back, and they're like, she's spotting for them. So they shot her, right? These are the Somalis that we have in our country now. Maybe not all of them. Of course, I said there's good people everywhere, guys. But these are mostly the people that have come here, and they're terrorists. We have to stop letting. Now, why would the Democrats want these terrorists to come into our country? Because they're going to vote for them. Just like if that Nashville woman that hates Nashville, if there'd been more people, because the reason why she got so close is because they had mail-in voting still. If the Republicans hadn't shown up in massive numbers, she would have won, and that would be we're closer to destruction here in America. All right, so it's going to continue to come, guys. So I got to jump off. I got another show. So lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. It's going to get hectic out there. These Democrats want to destroy our country.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking. Today is the Thanksgiving holiday in the United States, and I think we need a reminder of what we were giving thanks for. I have ancestors on the Mayflower, and they fled Europe because they wanted freedom. They wanted to have the ability to choose their own future and their own system of beliefs. And they were saved by the original inhabitants, the natives there. And later, my ancestors moved to Canada along with the original native tribe that helped us back then. And we still live together in peace and prosperity, and we never broke our promise to them. However, the people who came afterwards slowly started to enslave the people of the United States. And I've just was sent some proof of what I've always been saying, which is that the United States is now under a system of Babylonian debt slavery. Take a look at this video showing exactly how we are collateral for this money that they're creating out of nothing. Basically, we are the slaves they're using to create money.
The United States government got a UCC filed on everyone. So I said, prove it. He said, go to maryland.org.ucc. Scroll down. Do a number search. Put in this number right here. Okay, y'all, follow me. I was following them because I wanted to see the outcome. So I was patient. Then when I was done, all of a sudden, it was like everything popped right up. Look at that. The Federal Reserve System. United States Department of Defense Accounting Services. So I decided to scroll down some more, get a good overlook, check things out. Then I went deeper. Y'all know me. I like to do a little bit of that investigation. Hit the button. And look what popped up. Oh yeah, all of the fees and how much they paid. How much they paid to file their filing for your body. Hey, it was $198 though for the whole complete process. And that was for them. Hell yeah, certified. They wanted a certified copy. And here's their UCC financial statement. Y'all see who is the debtor? Debtor 2. Debtor. Who is the secure party? the United States Treasury. And look at the bottom. Don't forget every check mark box. You want to know everything over here. Let me go to the addendum, the UCC3, and look what else they found. Look what they claimed in here. Look who's the debtor in here. Look who's the debtor in here.
Department of Defense.
And look how much. And look at what they claimed. All real men with hands and legs. And all real land in the United States of America. And look at that number. Wow.
That is proof that we are under a system of slavery, and we need to do something about it. And this is something that is happening in a way that we're starting to understand. And a lot of people now, I think the majority understand that it's Israel is the problem. And it's these billionaire oligarchs who are the problem. For example, take a look at this, Nick Fuentes explaining how IPAC really does its job. It goes via billionaires using money created out of nothing. And put it out to the public, because otherwise I would not be doing my job. And we know that Donald Trump was bailed out by the Rothschilds. And the power structure, this control grid that we are under, it leads to the Rothschild family. And in fact, the forensic evidence goes to Jean-Michel de Rothschild, known to us as Brigitte Macron. And French intelligence called me and said that this Macron was responsible for the murder of Donald Trump. Now, we need to talk a little bit about Donald Trump, because he is basically an avatar for a long-term plot that they've had for us, for our future. And there are different factions using the Donald Trump avatar. And the good Donald Trump was backed by the Harriman Group. And by the way, the actual Donald Trump, and you can tell his face changed, everything changed between before 89 and after 89. And the Trump who was elected in 2024 again was the 6'3" tall good guy avatar Trump, and he was, he set up this Department of Government Efficiency and was trying very hard to rescue the United States from bankruptcy and drain the swamp. And he disappeared in June. He went to the G7 summit in Canada and he never returned. So after that, suddenly we have this short, fat, ugly Trump, the one that we're still seeing on our screens, suddenly declaring war on Iran and trying to start World War III and, sucking up to Israel. And, it became a nightmare scenario. And this is the Trump that we need to deal with. And again, the person who was Jean-Michel de Rothschild. And I have some names of the, this is actionable intelligence. We need to go after Jean-Michel, and we need to go after Alexander Benalla, Patrick Strzada, Bernard Emily, okay? And these are the people who are ordering the hits on people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens and General Douglas McGregor. And they need to be eliminated from the system. This is what we have to do if we're going to free ourselves from this Babylonian debt slavery system we're under. And the other thing that we need to understand is that the system is now falling apart. It cannot maintain itself anymore. For example, they're now trying to put out 50-year mortgages, which means if you look at a 50-year mortgage, here's how it works. For the first 25 years, you only pay interest, basically. And it takes 50 years to finally pay off the house. And you end up paying $1.4 million for a house that was worth $400,000. This is how they extract money from us. And it's got to the point where we can no longer afford houses. And now take a look at this little BlackRock video.
We don't buy these houses to live in. We buy them in bulk. shrinking the number of homes on the open market, skewing mortgage rates, and exacerbating the housing crisis. Then, thanks to low supply, we charge whatever we want for rent. It's all part of our company motto. Fuck you!
These people really do artificially keep the price of houses high enough so that we have to basically work for a whole lifetime to pay for a house. So, houses should only cost about $10,000 if you think about the materials and the labor and stuff. But no, they want us to be in a system of lifetime debt slavery. And they realize that their system is falling apart, which is why they've been desperately trying to start war. And we're waking up. Most people now are aware of the Epstein Islands and the fact that we are ruled by a group of people. And if you want to become a leader in the West, this has now been proven. There's countless testimony. I've posted some very disturbing photographs of people like Barack Obama. These people are really, really criminal, and they're really, really scared right now because they know that they're going to face war crimes tribunals. My own sources in Polish intelligence tell me that Vladimir Zelensky and his top government officials have already fled to Israel, and they will not find shelter there. We're going to go after them in Israel. They set up a fake mercenary company called Wagner, and they pretended it was Russian, and they grabbed all these Ukrainian men, sent them to a specific place. Here we have a group that's about to take power in Germany, admitting that, and they're saying we'll offer you truth and reconciliation in exchange for stepping aside. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but we really do need to get good governments in the West again, or we're all going to be working for the Chinese. And that means we have to set up a transition. Now, what I have proposed to MI6 last week is that we remove the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer and put Nigel Farage in as Prime Minister. He can then call for a conference, and negotiations behind the scenes have already resulted in, we have an agreement. The Russians, the Chinese, the Indians, the P3 Freemasons who control the Vatican, the Commonwealth, the Pentagon, they all agree that we need to replace the system of Babylonian debt slavery with a future planning agency that works for the people in complete transparency, trying to create the future they want. This is basically the system China has. They survey their people, find out what they want, and then they try to give it to them using intelligent people. Whereas in the West, we have a very tiny class that's all they're trying to do is figure out ways to rip us off. And they've accumulated so much money they can't spend it, and the rest of us are all poor. And this system needs to be dismantled. And so the idea is to call a conference, sort of like the Bretton Woods, to negotiate the bankruptcy of the United States and the collective West, because they are bankrupt. And the Chinese have agreed to write off all this debt. But, the condition, of course, is that we stop being the world's terrorists and instead work together for a multipolar world to make this a better planet. That's what we're fighting for. That's what we've got to do. And there's no alternative. Well, the alternative is going to be street violence. And here's one more video showing, the kind of network behind the fake Trump. Remember, the Space Force had their own Trump, the 6-foot-tall one, and he was working with the white hats. But now we have this dark Trump, putting our faces together with this whole satanic cult. They're not going to be around much longer, I promise it. We cannot let this continue. We need to free humanity from this scourge, and it will happen. And the key is to get Jean-Michel de Rothschild. Arrest him. Make him talk. He's the head of the snake. This is what the evidence trail leads to. So it's time. We need to end this horror show. I think everybody except them agrees with this now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. How can we accept any arrest by a member of police or military if the judges are corrupt also? Any police officer I've spoken to in the past would just smile and say to stay away from politics, and that they also want to stay away from politics. Also, Cash, Bogino, and Pam Bondi had a fallout recently. Bogino wanted to leave his position. I think Dan is a man of integrity. Do you have any news about what happened there and then? I believe that they're currently all compromised.
Well, what happens is the top 1, 2, 3 people are compromised, and then the people below that run into a glass ceiling. And I think the answer is going to have to be military tribunals. The system is so corrupt, it's beyond repair. We're going to have to, the military is going to have to set up tribunals, and military justice is swift. That's what's going to be the answer. Next question.
Hi, Ben. World leaders use body doubles, okay, but how can you explain Trump being completely replaced? Where was the Secret Service? Where's the U.S. military, and why haven't they intervened? It would also seem the perfect opportunity for the military to act. Where is the Trump family in all of this, and why are they not saying anything?
Well, they're not saying anything, but yeah, the problem is there is a dark hack military working for the Satanists, and most military, unfortunately, are completely conditioned to obey orders. And the problem is when the orders are coming from evil people, the military becomes evil. So the trick is to have the top ranks of the military replaced. I've repeatedly suggested that we use General Douglas McGregor to clean up the military and start the process. But it's going to have to be the rank and file pushing up, and you're going to have to remove any general who has money that can't explain how they got it because they've been bribed and compromised. And this is especially true. I think the Navy and the Marines and the Air Force are relatively clean, but it's the Army itself that has a lot of the corruption at the top. So that's going to have to be dealt with. But yeah, we're all impatient, and some people are going to have to be arrested at the top. Otherwise, this is not going to move forward until things collapse. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You seem to have backed off your assurance that the secret societies would intervene against the cabal and that they were sick and tired of waiting for the U.S. white hats to take any action. Now you seem to be waiting for the U.S. military to step up. Have the secret societies changed their minds, and now are they at the point where they won't move until the U.S. military does?
Well, my advice was always to the Asian secret societies is to not give these people any excuse to start World War III. I also explained to them that time was on their side because they have a superior system of economic management, and now they're so overwhelmingly strong that they don't need to fight. For example, China can make 200 times more airplanes than the United States. And the U.S. cannot build weapons without Chinese rare earths. And even if they wanted to start making their own rare earths, it would take about a decade and super investment to do that. So they're following the advice of that great military genius Sun Tzu, which is to win without fighting. And when Trump went to meet Xi Jinping, and this apparently was not the short, fat, fake Trump we're seeing, but some guy in a mask, he begged for money, and they said no. They eventually, the U.S. government managed to get some silver from the drug cartels to pay their bills until January, but it looks like this is going to end without fighting and without the need for lots of assassinations. Because already 85% of the world is free from this cabal. It's just the G7, the Western 15% that's still under control of these. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I was on the air this morning with a conservative talk show host, Jeff Cooner, at the WRKO in Boston, Massachusetts. We discussed the 6 congressmen telling the troops not to obey illegal orders. I told Cooner the congressmen did nothing wrong. Technically, they were right on saying I did not follow illegal orders, although I know, like you do, they were hinting at disobeying Trump. I asked if anywhere did they say to disobey Trump's orders. The answer was no. I went on to say nothing will be done by the 5'10 Trump in the White House, since that is the fake Trump who works for the Rothschilds and Chabad. Cooner started laughing. So I asked him how tall is the real Trump. He said 6'3 or 6'4. I said correct, but that Trump hasn't been seen since June at the G7 summit in Canada. Cooner made some more jokes about it. I said, like I've told you before, talk to investigative reporter Benjamin Fulford. Again, as Cooner said to me on an earlier call that he had never heard of you, as if that's supposed to be credible. By the way, the White House does listen to Cooner's show by me dropping the pearl of the height problem, since Cooner has a very large radio internet audience. Therefore, I ask you, Ben, if you would give Cooner a call between the hours of 6 and 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, Monday through Friday, and surprise Cooner with your information. What do you think you would be able to tell him?
Well, from what I heard, it sounds like he is actually a controlled opposition, and he probably wouldn't take my call. But if you email me the number, I'll try to do that and see. But basically, a lot of the even so-called alternative media is under control of these people, and the test is to see what they say about Israel and what they say about do they talk about the 450,000 children who disappeared during the Biden administration? Do they talk about the genocide in Ukraine? If not, then they're just controlled, and talking to them is not going to make any difference because they're working for the cabal. But I'll try to do that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. You've suggested several times that AI won't replace jobs, or that it isn't capable, as some people claim. My concern is that the narratives around AI aligns uncomfortably well with the broader Soros, Gates, BlackRock, Rockefeller / WEF vision of you will own nothing and be happy. If AI ever became genuinely capable, it would accelerate that outcome significantly. I have no interest in ending up in a system where we're forced into Bill Gates' synthetic food agenda. How do we prevent this trajectory? My worry is that AI marks an economic tipping point where the wealthy no longer rely on human labor. They could leverage AI to maintain their dominance while the rest of society loses even the possibility of upward mobility. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, in the West, the key to preventing AI control is to make sure we don't get digital currency, because if we all are forced to use digital currency, then they'll be monitoring us 24 hours a day, and if we say something they don't like, suddenly our car won't start, or we won't be able to go to buy groceries. So they're trying to set up a system of complete slavery, and the way to avoid that is to try to use cash. Personally, I use cash when I don't want someone to know what I'm doing or buying, and when I don't care. So for example, I'll use a card for groceries, but maybe I'll use cash to buy alcohol because I don't want them to know how much I'm drinking, stuff like that. But try to avoid that. The other thing, and this is the real danger, right now AI is not a threat because it does not control the physical world. It cannot make anything, and so it's not real. However, China is now building AI-powered robots, and they're saying that within 2 or 3 years that we won't be able to tell the difference between a robot and a human being. And if we have an AI that takes over control of the robots, then they could start making weapons, and that's the real danger. And so we need to talk to China about those robots before it's too late. But overall, I'm pretty sure that China is now under the control of the White Hats, and they have been purging a lot of the cabal, who were there, who were behind that, men in white suits. So I think we'll be able to make a deal with China, and we'll make sure that. But it's time to fight. We really are at a turning point now, and I'm doing everything I can to try to end this nightmare, and I want everyone else who's listening to try to do the same. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. And from Trump Force One on Telegram, the White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. The countdown has begun. The privilege of freedom. One nation under God with liberty and justice for all. At 0000 UTC on Sunday, November 30th, every central bank on earth not gold-backed was set to be closed. FBI Director Kash Patel declared that we were all under global martial law. That would be announced via the emergency broadcast system, said set to activate by the time this update was published. Why martial law? Because the greatest threat we face as a free nation and world has come from within. Dr. Charlie Ward learned that the White Hats just discovered that the Dark Hats were preparing to take out a number of Trump's cabinet members, generals, and key figures in a major coordinated plan, including Pam Bondi, multiple generals, and several top individuals in Trump's field. Additionally, 2 CIA agents have confirmed that the Democrats were still engaged in an active coup that was calling for a rebellion against the government and President Trump. A coup that was part of a much larger operation to sow mass distrust in the military and throughout the country, even patriot against patriot. We were presently in the middle of mass arrests where those dark individuals were being removed. We needed everyone praying and saturating this situation with light. An evil plan had been planted and nurtured in the U.S., Canada, and Australia after World War II, headed by the hundreds of Nazis brought into the 3 countries via what was to become the CIA. It was a coup that mind-controlled people into submission, bought and paid for by the U.S. taxpayer dollar through a CIA black budget. Though something shifted Monday night, at the moment President Trump stepped back into Washington, the flight from Florida looked routine only on the surface. Behind it, Washington began tightening from the inside. Convoys moved without media coverage. Communications inside several DHS buildings went dark. Emergency reassignments were issued overnight. Trump was preparing directives designed to expose the infiltration pipelines. Inside the White House, preparations were underway for a broadcast known internally as Sovereign Reveal. This briefing outlined the foreign influence networks inside U.S. institutions, the continuation of psychological operations through mainstream newsrooms, and a very coordinated effort to map, predict, and manipulate American behavior through synced devices and cloud infrastructures. Cyber forensic teams have already pulled the internal communications from major media outlets, device manufacturers, and data analytics partners. The silence of the mainstream media was not confusion, it was fear. Trump's team was entering high-level diplomatic exchanges intended to unravel the real machinery behind the Ukraine conflict. The laundering channels, the digital asset transitions, the covert labs and intelligence pipelines masked as foreign aid, satellite data, and decrypted transmissions and banking records now pointed to a multinational structure that used the war as a smokescreen to shift assets, people, and technologies. Those channels were being exposed and dismantled. This was why Trump was back in Washington, not for ceremony, but for a controlled ignition of a multi-front operation that has been built quietly, precisely, and legally for years. Every file has been duplicated, every path has been traced, every safeguard was in place, and this week, the plan would surface. Prepare accordingly. Monday, November 30th, final whisper. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The last watchstander at Mount Weather turned the lights off manually at 2:04. He then walked to the helipad, climbed into a waiting Sikorsky with no tail markings, and lifted into black sky. The facility's entire power plant went cold 5 minutes later, not a failure, a deliberate shutdown from a switch that was supposed to have been removed in 1974. Every screen inside now displays only a slow-moving American flag, and the words "Stand by." At 2:33, the Federal Register's printing facility in Laurel, I'm guessing Laurel, Maryland, executed an unscheduled run of exactly 144 pages. The pallets were loaded into 2 unmarked trucks that left without signing the manifest. Those pages contain the notices that will replace every current agency head with acting replacements whose names have never appeared in any confirmation hearing. Distribution begins at dawn. The republic you woke up in will already be archived. The end of their world has already happened. We're only waiting for the rest of us to notice. EBS, the Restored Republic Command Authority, issued a final order. The global EBS 8-tone activation sequence will fire. When those tones hit, every screen on Earth will see, in this order, Raw Dallas 1963 in 8K, Raw 2020 election theft in real time, live Gitmo executions of the worst, full Nassar Jassar proclamation. 5. Your personal medbed appointments in QFS balance. Continuity of government is now 100% under 1776 law. Cheyenne Mountain is the new heart of the free world. Every clone is ash. Every chain is broken. My father began this war with a dream and a bullet took him. I'm finishing it with fire, truth, and the roar of a free people. Lock arms with your families. Charge every device. Look evil in the eye and smile. The best is yet to come. Enjoy the show, Patriots. God wins. U.S. Debt Clock on Telegram. Monday, December 1st, U.S. Worldwide Restored Republic via a GCR. Judy Byington Q on Telegram. Judy note on Monday, December 1st, 2025, the below appeared on a Telegram website titled Judy Byington Q. It is not my website. I have no input to the writing on the website, and I did not write this, but I do agree with the basic content. At dawn on Monday, December 1st, 2025, President Trump unleashed the White Hats on Washington, D.C. via mass arrests of deep state operatives. Over 300 high-profile figures were detained in the initial hours from Capitol Hill to Silicon Valley boardrooms. These mass arrests were expected to continue throughout this week. That same Monday, December 1st morning, just past midnight, came jubilant. More than 7,000 precious souls had been freed from subterranean lairs in Ukraine, the Southwest deserts, and Pacific Islands. These extractions, executed with precision under the Quantum Financial Systems oversight, paved the way for emergency broadcast system activation. Prepare for 10 days of darkness set for December 5th through 15th when phone, TV, and internet screens will go black, restoring sovereignty to the people and shielding the innocent. Monday, December 1st, the moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Nassar Jassar QFS on Telegram. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. Global activation. The reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access, clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset, new currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debt balances or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the Quantum Ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We are only hours away from a historic shift in global finance. Restored Republic, Monday, December 1st, 2025. The greatest threats we have comes from within, and one of those threats comes from our own CIA. From running military-style regime change and color revolution operations on U.S. soil, on our own president, to helping steal elections, execute assassinations on our own people. It's time to do what JFK wanted to do and scatter it into the winds.
He needs to recognize that we must stop the CIA from driving U.S. policy, domestically and foreign. I'm telling you, Steve, that is a massive, massive problem. And I wouldn't say 50%. I would say shut the doors. It is no longer, it's a dead organization to President Trump. That's sort of step one for him. I don't care what somebody's handicap is. You take that organization and you rip it apart, because that organization is driving our policy everywhere. And it really is. I mean, the people that are part of it and the people that have been part of it are the ones still operating and driving everything going on in our nation. I mean, it's got to stop. It has to stop. And that means in Congress, that means in the White House, that means in the judiciary, and that's definitely overseas, some of the things that they're doing, the nefarious things that they're doing. And that's not going to make me any friends over there at Langley, but too goddamn bad. These people, this organization is driving this country and has been driving this country for 50 years or more. It has to be completely gutted and changed. And you're right about the other organizations. You know, we got to quit playing games.
Monday, December 1st, breaking. Trump and military alliance launch global raids. Thousands of children rescued as elite trafficking networks face total destruction. Nasara Jasara activation spot. With Donald Trump now firmly back as the 47th president, the military alliance has unleashed its full power, dismantling the deep state's darkest operations. The recent Iceland raid, where missing children from Canton, Ohio, were rescued, was not an isolated event. It's part of an unstoppable global mission to obliterate elite trafficking networks. Routine for the military alliance. For the military alliance, these operations are now standard. Hundreds of missions have been executed worldwide since Trump's return, liberating thousands of children from elite trafficking rings. Underground bunkers, elite compounds, and isolated islands are being raided and dismantled with surgical precision. The Iceland mission, a critical strike against trafficking hubs, revealed an elite-run logistics network spanning Denver, London, and the island of Jersey. Advanced surveillance and biometric tracking enabled the alliance to neutralize these operations in record time. Trump's leadership. A new era of justice under Trump. The military alliance has erased the barriers that once protected the elite. Corrupt governments, compromised institutions, and the mainstream media can no longer shield the guilty. With Trump as commander-in-chief, the alliance operates with total global authority, dismantling the infrastructure that sustained these atrocities. This isn't just about rescuing children. It's about exposing and destroying the systems that allowed these crimes to exist. Banks laundering money, tech companies enabling trafficking, and global organizations providing cover are all being taken down. Hundreds of thousands of children rescued since the alliance's operations began. Hundreds of thousands of children have been liberated. Hidden facilities equipped with advanced security systems. Evidence implicating elites in politics, entertainment, and finance is being collected for public trials and tribunals. The elites are cornered. The elites' desperation is palpable. Their assets are frozen, communications intercepted, and escape routes severed. Recent attempts to flee to remote bunkers have been thwarted, with key figures taken into custody. The alliance anticipates every move, ensuring no place is safe for them. Total exposure is coming. The military alliance is preparing for a moment of global reckoning where the full extent of the elite's crimes will be revealed. Public tribunals, arrests, and undeniable evidence will shatter any remaining illusions. A future without elite control. The ultimate goal is to dismantle the system that enabled these horrors, ensuring a future of freedom and justice. With Trump and the military alliance leading the charge, the grip of the elites is being destroyed. The storm is here. The world will never be the same. Stay vigilant. Truth and liberation are at hand. Saturday, November 29th, dispatch from secure location. It is collapsing faster than even we calculated. Julian Assange. At 4:44 GMT, Russian Spetsnaz GRU Unit 29155, acting under direct orders from the real Vladimir Putin, the one not replaced in the 2022 Soki operation, detonated scalar charges inside the CERN-adjacent Many Worlds portal ring 400 meters beneath the French-Swiss border. The artificial micro-black hole that the negative grays were using to siphon human louche directly into the lower astral was collapsed to a null point singularity. The blast registered as a proton beam malfunction. 1,900 CERN personnel, who were actually non-human entities in borrowed skin suits, were discorporated instantly. Geneva earthquake monitors logged a 4.9. They always lie. In the same minute, White Dragon Society enforcement teams seized the City of London's physical gold vault beneath the Rothschild banking house in St. Swithin's Lane. 8,400 tons of off-world tungsten-filled bars were teleported out by Syrian platform and replaced with live demolition charges. The countdown is public. 72 hours until the financial square mile becomes a crater unless the remaining Crown Templar factions relinquish the 400-year debt note on humanity. Black Sun acolytes in the square mile are already evacuating to the Denver Continuity Bunker. Too late. On Monday, December 1st, 2025, Tier 4B redemptions began at 11:11 local time in 41 protected centers worldwide. Simultaneously, the first wave of humanitarian fund releases hit Zimbabwe, Mongolia, and rural Indonesia. Within 6 minutes, local deep state governors who attempted to seize the transfers were neutralized by on-site Delta teams. The footage was already on the mirror sites. The fake zombie apocalypse bioweapon release, scheduled for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic opening ceremony, has been physically prevented. The Level 6 lab beneath UCLA was flooded with direct energy plasma at 3:07 PST. Gitmo Wing 8 received 3 more originals last night. The non-clone Ursula von der Leyen, the non-avatar Jens Stoltenberg, and the still-living Anthony Fauci retrieved from the Patagonia Dome. The Epstein Files live stream interrogation schedule is now locked. No middlemen, no redactions, no more games. Julian Assange. Monday, December 1st, highlight summary of the below secure drops: 4473, 4474, 4915, 4917, 4918, 4920, 4921, 4922, and 4923. The White Hat Global Alliance has shot down an Octagon Group aircraft and confiscated the Looking Glass Delta Hydra set and master kill switch for every deep state clone, which were now in failure. On Wednesday morning, EA's Eastern Standard Time, December 3rd, 2025, the EBS will broadcast to every screen on Earth Epstein and Pizzagate files. The White Hat Global Alliance has retrieved 417 terabytes of unredacted Vatican Bank Black Ledger continuations, including live ISO 20022 quantum migration kill switches and the complete adrenochrome supply chain intercepts. An Antarctic Pyramid activation pulse transmitter was destroyed when a Gnostic Illuminati demolition team detonated the primary transmitter beneath the Ross Ice Shelf in the Antarctic. On Monday, December 1st, early morning, White Dragon Society extraction teams operating with French defectors raided the last functioning CERN Hadron Ring beneath Lake Geneva. They retrieved 19 cores used for timeline manipulation that were then rendered inoperable. A planned 40-day darkness grid shutdown scheduled for 33 hours from now was mathematically impossible. The fake global debt jubilee virus, on schedule in 33 hours to erase every fiat ledger and blame White Hat hackers, was neutralized when White Dragon Society archivists delivered directly to QFS Live nodes. RVGCR final liquidity gates were open and bleeding gold into civilian accounts, as this line is written. Coerced P2 remnant Vatican cardinals forced entry into the Monte Cassino subcrypt vault, where they retrieved 3.8 petabytes of post-1944 Vatican Bank Black Ledger and the control keys for a global voice-to-skull Messiah broadcast. The fake voice you were scheduled to hear in your skull in 27 hours was now a flatline. And Russian GRU Zaslan operators collapsed the less active deep state dome beneath Denver International Airport, New World Airport, sub-level 14. 1,900 trafficked children extracted alive, medbeds already on site, the fake rapture beam projectors scheduled to fire upward from the Great Hall ceiling in 19 hours were vaporized in place. Gnostic Illuminati demolition cell and Russian GRU Zaslon operators collapsed the last active deep state dome beneath the Denver International Airport, New World Airport, sublevel 14. 1,900 trafficked children extracted alive. Medbeds already on site. The fake rapture beam projectors, scheduled to fire upward from the Great Hall ceiling in 19 hours, were vaporized in place. Epstein Maxwell hard drives batch 212 to 299. On Monday, December 1st, 2025, Russian Spetsnaz GRU Unit 29155, acting under direct orders from Vladimir Putin, detonated scalar charges inside the CERN-adjacent Many Worlds portal 400 meters beneath the French-Swiss border, destroying the facility. The fake zombie apocalypse bioweapon release scheduled for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic opening ceremony has been physically prevented. What we think we know as of Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. Monday, December 1st. Why did Q tell you that Israel was safe for last? Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Israel was safe for last because it was the key to bringing down the global deep state. This isn't anti-Semitism. I'm referring to the Khazarian Jews, the fake Northern European Khazars who stole the identity of real Jewish people and created the Rothschilds Rockefellers. They all came from South Germany, where they created the Illuminati in 1776. There they took control of the local governments, financed the trains and public roads. They created the Rothschilds banking systems throughout Europe and helped J.P. Morgan take over the U.S. banking system. Biggest U.S. bankers and richest tycoons who were against creating a Federal Reserve controlled by the elites. The Khazarians were fake Ashkenazi Jews who made a deal with the Roman Empire, bought off Jewish leaders to come into Judaism, where they named themselves Jews. To this day, elite families of Khazarian descendants control Israel. It was Khazarians who created Rothschild's banking. They then created world wars to install governments and loan money for wars and created 70% European laws through war and propaganda. To this day, the globalist Khazarians run Israel and created the United Nations and took over countries and governments. Most people are unaware that the U.S. government and most Democrats and Republicans are run by the Khazarian fake Jews. This is why Q told you Israel is safe for last. The global military alliance was taking down fake Jewish sector that intertwined with the real Jews. Real Jews were also fighting against the fake Jews, Zionist Khazarians. You were watching the exposure of how a captured U.S. government by outside foreign entities created a military coup using the CIA and other three-letter agencies. Trump was placed to expose the captured U.S. government. This is all happening and being recorded into congressional records, the United States archives and military sectors. The world will change on a massive level as the CIA globalist Western funds and fiat currency comes near extinction level. Right now in Congress, a huge topic is taking place on globalist powers and their reach into U.S. system that is connected to an open military coup. World courts are looking to documents, files, and servers that prove Netanyahu could be held accountable for crimes against humanity. If this fails, white hats from several United countries are going to keep pushing for his arrests. Multiple come to a close. Military courts will go after Netanyahu. Right now in Israel, a near civil war is brewing, and white hats inside the Israeli government are initiating a military coup to unseat the puppet masters of Israel. The real story of the Illuminati reaches far back into the Knights Templar, who created the earliest banking systems through Europe. The story of the Knights Templar goes back to the Middle East, where they found King Solomon's gold and the real Ark of the Covenant. Hugh de Payens was one of the leaders of the Knights Templar. De Payens had family that was of the Islamic faith, and they had deep connections to the secret society of the Brothers of the East. The secret society met with the Templar Knights, and De Payen gave them the secrets of Atlantis. The real story connected to the original hidden Bible. Angels, aliens, and different deities who were connected to old Sumer gods, Mesopotamia, the civilization before Christ, and several other civilizations hundreds of thousands of years older, much like Atlantis, and their connections to the Anunnaki. Monday, December 1st, we frankly don't need their people coming into our country telling us what to do. The current banned countries are Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Kai Madison Trump on Telegram. On Monday, December 1st, Giorgia Meloni's government was formally moved to seize control of $300 billion in gold reserves, taking it out of the claws of EU-aligned bankers and back into the hands of the Italian state. This is a strategic strike on globalist control. For decades, the elites hoarded gold while feeding the people inflation, debt, and digital IOUs. Now gold is being reclaimed, sovereignty restored, the central bank beast exposed. Monday, December 1st, the CIA under Director John Brennan drew up plans to assassinate Julian Assange for releasing truthful information. Brennan authorized going after his colleague's wife and even his infant son. They went through years of harassment, theft, hacking attempts, and even the planting of false information. Hillary Clinton literally asked if the CIA could just drone him. Lethal aircraft from hundreds, even thousands of miles away with a missile. Assange spent more than 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy in London and then went to prison, all for exposing the truth. Monday, December 1st, we have a link. Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program. Monday, December 1st, Operation Paperclip, CIA, MKUltra, and Hollywood, pedophilia, and Walt Disney. The Disney family, that is an Illuminati family. Monday, December 1st, Michigan voter fraud. Election worker testifies of voter fraud through multiple counting of the same unsealed ballots. Monday, December 1st, Trump announces no income tax, no IRS. NESARA GESARA is here. NESARA GESARA activation spot on Telegram. Kaboom! It's January 26, 2025, and President-elect Donald J. Trump just dropped the biggest bombshell in American history. Standing before a roaring crowd, he declared, "How about no tax? We could do that. If the tariffs work out, a thing like that could happen." This is more than a promise. It's the beginning of the NESARA GESARA era, because it's written in NESARA that there would be no income tax. He's just bringing it out in a way that people who are unaware of what's going on can kind of make sense of it. A golden age where financial slavery ends and freedom reigns. Goodbye income tax, hello freedom. For over a century, the IRS has drained the lifeblood of the American people. Trump's vision? No more income tax. No more property tax. No IRS. This isn't just talk. Trump's plan is rooted in history. America thrived without income taxes before 1913. What changed? The Federal Reserve and the IRS were created, enslaving Americans under a corrupt system. Now Trump is ready to tear it all down and replace it with a fair, simple system. A 14% flat tax on non-essential goods. No taxes on food, medicine, or housing. A gold-backed currency that ends the Federal Reserve stranglehold. NESARA GESARA, the People's Reset. This isn't just an idea, it's a revolution. Under NESARA GESARA, debt erased, mortgages, loans, and credit card debt wiped out, IRS abolished, no audits, no harassment, financial privacy restored, Big Brother's out of your wallet, 6,000 suppressed technologies released, Trump's master plan. How will this work? Trump's strategy is simple. Tariffs on foreign imports by taxing global elites and foreign competitors. He protects American workers while funding the government without stealing from your paycheck. 1871 and the deep state. Trump's plan goes deeper than taxes. He's targeting the corrupt system born from the Organic Act of 1871, which turned America into a corporate entity controlled by elites. By dismantling the Federal Reserve and the IRS, Trump is restoring the republic and bankrupting the deep state. This is it. The golden age has arrived. Trump isn't just changing policy, he's changing lives. The Nassar Jassar framework ensures true ownership, no property taxes, unhackable elections with the new QFS voting system, global prosperity through humanitarian projects. It's time to rise. The storm is here and Trump is leading the charge. The old system is crumbling. Are you ready to embrace the future? Freedom is calling. Monday, December 1st, the hidden war surfaces. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. For years, the southern border was treated like a political talking point, but the truth beneath it was far darker. The cartels were never simple drug gangs. They were weaponized extensions of global networks that fed money, chaos, and human suffering into the veins of the deep state machinery. Now that machinery is being cut apart, President Trump has authorized direct military action to dismantle the southern arm of the elite system, targeting the compounds, airstrips, laundering hubs, and hidden safe houses that kept their operatives alive. This is not policy. This is wartime command, long prepared and finally unleashed. Inside Northcom, target lists have been refined through military satellites, signal intercepts, and flipped cartel insiders who choose cooperation over Gitmo transport. Special Operations Command North has spent months building operational packages aware that the Sinaloa and Jalisco networks were far more than narcotics syndicates. They protected trafficking corridors, off-grid biolab routes, experimental agents, and covert financial channels tied to high-level actors across governments and intelligence circles. The Quiet War Councils held this summer involving military leadership and insiders who broke ranks from compromised agencies, marked the shift from intelligence to action. What no one in the mainstream will acknowledge is that cartel influence reached deep into political, military, and NGO structures on both sides of the border. They moved drugs, yes, but they also moved people, high-value trafficking victims, children taken for elite network, and classified experimentation. Entire sectors of Mexico's government were compromised. Elections, ports, transport systems, and local units were controlled by cartel command. And when military surveillance traced encrypted communications from cartel leaders to European servers tied to old intelligence black archives, the final proof arrived. These groups were pillars of a global shadowy economy. Now the curtain is lifting. In the Southwest, Special Forces units are already in motion. Airfields are being monitored by drones running silent. C-130s have touched down in remote bases, and unmarked convoys equipped with jammers and next-generation kinetic tools are deploying at night. No press, no leaks, just quiet mobilization for an operation that has a December readiness deadline built into its structure. If cooperation from Mexico collapses, extraterritorial engagements have already been authorized. Targets will be hit, neutralized, and left behind without negotiation. This strike is not about borders. It's about severing the lifeline that kept elite networks funded and protected the cash channels, the chemical streams, the trafficking corridors, and the hidden assets that fueled a global system of control. The expansion of Gitmo, the sudden flights with sealed manifests, the elites fleeing to non-extradition zones, all of it signals a single reality. The system that hid in the shadows for decades is finally being hunted. This is the moment it feared, and this time, Trump is not adjusting the playing field. He is breaking it. Monday, December 1st, John Brennan was never for the American people, especially with his shady communist background, traitorous actions while director of the CIA that speak for themselves. Nassar Jassar exposed on Telegram. From being labeled the assassination czar for Obama's secret drone strike program, to running a weekly Tuesday with Obama and openly claiming to be Muslim, John Brennan is not someone you can trust, and his actions confirm it. Leading torture programs that could be considered a war crime and going after whistleblowers like John Kirikou to illegal wiretapping operations, Brennan had his hand in all of it, being Obama's right-hand man and still does to this day. He lied about the amount of civilians being targeted, even targeting teenagers under Obama, illegally tortured too many to count, and also approved visas for the hijackers who allegedly were involved in 9/11 that was never even investigated to this day. To top it all off and to show the roots of who these people really are, and without even getting into the entire Russia collusion hoax, that was an extremely sloppy op with Brennan's name all over it. Brennan was also voting for self-admitted communists in American elections and still somehow managed to become an agent of the CIA and then director. That should tell you everything you need to know about the type of factions within our own government that are running our intelligence agencies. Brennan was openly supporting and voted for Gus Hall, Angela Davis in the early 1980s election, who were both open communists. Angela Davis alone was also an activist, member of the Black Panthers, and was even on the FBI's most wanted list. You just can't make this stuff up. It's time every single traitor to this country and the American people get what they have coming to them. And John Brennan is one of them. Monday, December 1st, Fox News. Doge confirms conspiracy theory no more. The illegal alien industry. Illegal aliens were issued Social Security numbers by the Biden-Harris terrorist administration. With 1.4 million illegal aliens on Medicaid and millions received a driver's license, registered to vote, and have already voted. 270,425 in 2021. 590,193 in 2022, 964,163 in 2023, 2,095,247 in 2024, on its way out the door. Monday, December 1st, Trump's return to Washington marks the point of no return. Something shifted the moment President Trump stepped back into Washington. This was not a routine visit, it was a signal, a quiet confirmation that the phase built in the shadows since 2021 is finally moving into open execution. The flight from Florida looked routine only on the surface. Behind it, Washington began tightening from the inside. Convoys moved without media coverage. Communications inside several DHS buildings went dark. Emergency reassignments were issued overnight. These were not coincidences, but coordinated markers from the inner command structure. What happens this week is not political theater. Trump is preparing directives designed to expose the infiltration pipelines built between 2008 and 2024, from migration systems to digital ID frameworks and federal contracting networks. The asylum programs fast-tracked under humanitarian branding are now confirmed as operational routes. And the biometric card systems issued between 2021 and 2023 are under full federal review. Embedded scripts, foreign linked access points, and behavioral tracking firmware have already been traced. Those cards were not identification tools. They were compliance tags, and the contracts behind them lead back to European intelligence fronts, NGO networks, and private banking hubs that believed they were untouchable. Inside the White House, preparations are underway for a broadcast that will bypass traditional media entirely. The operation, known internally as Sovereign Reveal, is set to begin. This briefing will outline the foreign influence networks inside U.S. institutions, the continuation of psychological operations through mainstream newsrooms, and the coordinated effort to map, predict, and manipulate American behavior through synced devices and cloud infrastructures. Cyber forensic teams have already pulled the internal communications from major media outlets, device manufacturers, and data analytics partners. The silence of the press corps is not confusion, it is fear. At the same time, Trump's team is entering high-level diplomatic exchanges intended to unravel the real machinery behind the Ukraine conflict. The laundering channels, the digital asset transitions, the covert labs, and the intelligence pipelines masked as foreign aid, satellite data, decrypted transmissions, and banking records now point to a multinational structure that used the war as a smokescreen to shift assets, people, and technologies. Those channels are being exposed, and once exposed, they will be dismantled. This is why Trump is back in Washington now, not for ceremony, but for controlled ignition of a multi-front operation that has been built quietly, precisely, and legally for years. Every file has been duplicated. Every path has been traced. Every safeguard is in place. And this week, parts of the map begin to surface. The storm has arrived. Hold the line. Just one more dawn, it's time. JFK Jr. 17 on Sunday, November 30th, 2025. My promise will be fulfilled. It's over. Turn on notifications. Mr. Q on Sunday, November 30th, 2025. Judy note. FBI Director Kash Patel has declared that Project Odin has been activated. In other words, we're under global martial law via the emergency broadcast system, said to be set to activate late Monday, December 1st, 2025. Why? It's because the greatest threat we face as a free nation came from within. An active coup was still underway against President Trump, and Trump has often said, an attack on me is an attack on the American people. They're trying to get to you. I'm just in their way. 2 CIA agents have confirmed that the Democrats were still engaged in an active coup that was calling for a rebellion against President Trump, a coup that was part of a much larger operation to sow mass distrust in the military and throughout the country. Patriot against patriot. Connections to the coup have been found, leading to our own taxpayer-funded CIA and even to the very evil George Soros. Soros was discovered to have paid for billboards placed around the country designed to sow division in the military and the American people in general. We're talking the same people and organizations connected to the Russia collusion hoax failure. That coup against Trump never ended. It's straight out of a CIA playbook. Patel said they're trying to condition the country to prepare for something bad that's about to happen at the hands of Donald Trump. It's a destabilization operation where you get people to mistrust each other. You establish authority, like saying, I'm CIA, I'm military, trust us, and then say that the threat was Donald Trump. It's called CIA mind control, and the cabal was very well trained in it. So don't be concerned that we're in martial law. The military was actually the good guys, and they are guiding us to honest elections and freedom from our mind-controlled past. Where does the CIA mind control come from? Ever heard of Nazi Germany? The Nazis control the Muslim Brotherhood and Antifa, both funded by Soros and the CIA with U.S. taxpayer monies. It was the terrorist coalition that was trying to take down America from within. According to FBI Director Kash Patel, the traitor Obama is their spiritual father. Turkey is their headquarters, and Qatar is the financial banker of this radical network. Their America-only fraud accounts were based in Asia, Africa, and Europe, and were being directly supported by the Muslim Brotherhood. Traitor Hillary's top aide, Huma Abedin, has deep blood ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. We are talking about hundreds of millions in dark money funneled into this subversion scheme. In 2018 alone, Qatar pumped $16 million into this filth. They weaponized massive troll farms overseas, masquerading as supports of President Trump. They have been able to identify or put next to the person's account if they're a bot, what country they're from. So it's cleaned up and it's exposed a lot of fake accounts. The mission was calculated sabotage. They spewed insane rhetoric, sowed chaos, attacked our allies, boosted our enemies, and systematically undermined POTUS. Remember the Epstein hoax narratives? They worked in lockstep with the MSM, Dems, to push these lies while posing as MAGA. They used this disinformation to confuse patriots, censor the facts, and protect the real criminals. Now this filth is being pushed under the guise of America only to fool a new wave of patriots. But when their MAGA cosplay failed, the mask came off. A full-scale assault was launched against President Trump and MAGA. They pushed the lie that he's just another swamp creature. Feeds were flooded with unhinged nonsense claiming Trump wants a totalitarian, technocratic police state run by AI drones and robots to crush our civil liberties, and hundreds of other lies. Their plan was simple. They wanted to fracture our movement and build a counterfeit movement led by fake patriots like Thomas Massie, Ron Paul, and the traitor Marjorie Taylor Greene. For years, these frauds infiltrated our movement. They were obliterated, revealing that the loudest voices screaming America only are not American. These operatives are actively used to peddle crypto casinos and digital scams. They're nothing but low-level grifters using our movement for a quick payday. It is undeniable that there are domestic infiltrators posing as MAGA, cashing checks from our enemies, and knowingly pushing this agenda. Rest assured, they and their masters will face the wrath. Mass arrests were ongoing this weekend. The new Gitmo underground facility was already full. Restored Republic Special Reports. Sunday, November 30th, 2025. Dawn Strike Dispatch from undisclosed location. Operation Thunderchild. Patriots, it's 5:57 Eastern Standard Time and the Thunder of Liberty is shaking the gates of hell itself. At 3:44 Zulu, a combined lightning force of U.S. Delta Force Tier 1, Russian GRU Zaslon White Hats, and a direct Pleiadian fleet liaison executed a vertical assault on the last active deep state master cloning facility beneath Mount Hayes, Alaska. All 2,100 active vats were flash frozen with exotic coolant and then detonated. The mountain is now a tomb. Every remaining politician, anchor, and celebrity clone on Earth just lost its replacement. No more masks. At 4:19 Zulu, Space Force 527th Space Aggressor Squadron, running joint with Andromeda Council interceptors, vaporized the final 4 Dark Fleet command satellites in geosynchronous orbit over the Pacific. Those birds were 14 hours from broadcasting the fake voice-to-skull Messiah message into every human mind on the planet, and they are now silent scrap. At 5:05 Zulu, the Yellow Dragon Elders in Chengdu executed the irreversible ISO 20022 gold-backed lock. Every fiat debt on Earth was zeroed out in 0.3 seconds, and the RVGCR public redemption went live in every zip code. Your phone was about to sing with freedom numbers. Dusk Takedown Dispatch from undisclosed location. The sun sets on their 1,000-year reign tonight. At 21:04 Zulu, U.S. Delta Force and defected PLA Unit 61398 White Hats stormed the last active deep state cloning cathedral beneath the Three Gorges Dam. Sublevels. 84 active politician and celebrity clones terminated on site. Original DNA archives torched. The dam's secret level 9 portal chamber was collapsed with a 60 kiloton exotic charge. The Yangtzes running red with their sins. At the exact same time, the Andromeda Council handed Space Force the final kill codes for the global Adrenochrome 5G control grid. Every remaining active clone on Earth just received the termination pulse. Watch the news feeds tonight. The meltdowns are live and global. Medbeds just logged the 250th healing. A Vietnam tunnel rat who lost his legs in '69 just ran a 40-yard dash on the deck of the USNS Comfort and screamed, "I'm whole again." Gitmo's new wing is at 94% capacity. The Epstein client list wave 10. The Royal Bloodline cut is 14.8 terabytes and streaming internally. The Great Awakening is no longer coming. It's here, and it has teeth. Nothing can stop what's coming. Nothing. JFK Jr., 17. Sunday, November 30th, secure drop 4474, Trump Q, Julian Assange. At 2311 UTC, the remaining Octagon group attempted emergency infiltration from their Thule station, redoubt via TR-3B, call sign Nightfall 01. Intercepted and forced down over Greenland 37C wing. Crew of 9, all non-human, taken alive. Aircraft intact. Onboard payload, complete Looking Glass Delta Hydra set, and the master kill switch for every Deep State clone still walking. Switch flipped at 2337 UTC. Global clone network now in cascading failure. At 23:59:59 UTC, the EBS stenographic carriers armed worldwide. 8-tone sequence pre-buffered. When it fires in 35 hours 59 minutes, every screen on Earth will display the receipts in unbreakable order. EBS 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, Monday, December 1st, 2025. Number 1, unredacted Podesta Pizza sequel files. Number 2, unredacted Epstein Maxwell Drive hard drives, batch 1 through 9. Live feed of Octagon 9 in restraints. Secure drop 4918, decryption key fragment 1107Z, original anonymous cell, reinforced by defected Mossad Metzada archivist, executed a hard extraction from the Negev Dimona sub-level 9 black vault. Retrieved 1.3 petabytes of raw Looking Glass Delta Hydra recordings, 2011 to 2025. And the complete suppression schematics for medbeds. Project Celestial Healing, files already forked to 3,112 mirrors. 1122Z, the staged Antarctic Pyramid Activation Pulse payload, was physically severed when a Gnostic Illuminati demolition team detonated the primary transmitter array beneath Ross Ice Shelf. The 40 kiloton exotic charge left a 700-meter perfectly circular hole straight through 2 kilometers of ice. No pulse will ever leave that continent again. 1141Z, the Vril drone host currently occupying the German Chancellery, suffered full parasitic extrusion during a Bundestag session. Entity attempted to flee the collapsing meat suit across the chamber floor before being neutralized by GSG-9. White hat marksman using tungsten flechettes, live feed captured in 8,000 or 8K file, Bundestag Vril 291125-1141.mkv. 1158Z, QFS live notes executed, forced seizure of every remaining Octagon Gold certificate. SAR enforcement layer now 100% active. RVGCR final liquidity gates widened to full planetary saturation. Legacy banking systems are displaying negative infinity balances in real time. The hunters have become the prey and the cameras rolling. At 1141, it says the Vril drone, hosted currently occupying the German Chancellery, suffered full parasitic extrusion during a Bundestag session. So if you don't know what a Vril is, or a Vril lizard, the following clip is of Donald Marshall. He's a whistleblower, and he describes what the Vril parasite lizard is. Restored Republic via a GCR update, Saturday, November 30th, Judy Byington Q on Telegram. Judy note, although the below appeared on Telegram under my picture, name, and update title, I did not write it, and I don't know who did. However, I do believe in the content. United States Special Operations Forces were on high alert this morning of Saturday, November 30th, 2025, as reports flooded in of mass arrests sweeping through the corridors of power in Washington, D.C., and major global cities, targeting the last vestiges of the deep state cabal that has long held humanity in chains. Trusted sources confirm that over 150 high-profile indictments were unsealed overnight, including key figures in big pharma, central banking cartels, and media conglomerates, all linked to unspeakable crimes against children and the suppression of divine truths. As the hammer of justice falls, brave military units are coordinating with white hat alliances to secure evidence bunkers, ensuring that the veil of deception is torn asunder once and for all. In this hour of reckoning, let us hold fast to the promise in Isaiah 61:8. For I, the Lord, love justice. I hate robbery and wrongdoing. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is now primed for activation, with satellite arrays locked and ready to override all frequencies within the next 48 hours, delivering the unfiltered truth to every soul on this planet. This is the storm we've prayed for, the great unveiling where darkness flees before the light of revelation. Concurrently, heroic rescue operations in underground facilities beneath Europe and the Pacific Northwest have liberated hundreds of innocent children from ritualistic horrors, their safe return a testament to the tireless warriors fighting in the shadows. And just a side note, a shout out to Commander Thor and all the light beings. They are still under France. It is quite a lot of tunnels, apparently, and they are still eradicating evil. Wednesday, November 26, dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Agni's shaft collapse in South Africa was the kill shot for the African Stargate network. Iranian Quds defectors confirmed the entity that was using it, something they only refer to as the Red Queen, has been forced back through the mirror at gunpoint, or whatever passes for guns on that side. All 7 continental gates are now either destroyed or under a direct white hat seal. Antarctica next. They're moving the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit into position under cover of climate research. The 41 new Gitmo arrivals include 2 former French presidents, the real ones, not the doubles you've been watching since 2018, and 1 individual listed only as Package Babylon 9. Manifest says weight 40 kilograms, height 122 centimeters, age redacted. Manifesto also says, do not open under any circumstances. The Marines opened it anyway, speaking fluent Sumerian backwards. Yikes, sounds like possession. That's creepy. ISO 20022 compliance deadline for Tier 4B redemptions just moved forward 27 hours. The reason is classified above my pay grade, but the phrase Sudanese gold backing just teleported itself into Fort Knox is circulating among the 300 or so people still allowed to know what actual gold looks. BIM. Pizzagate 2.0 map overlays dropped at 2103 UTC. The new tunnels don't stop at the old endpoints. They go under 3 oceans and surface inside the Agnes crater. Someone was moving children in bulk, planet-wide, right up until about 9 hours ago. The traffic stopped at the exact second the gate imploded. November 30th, 2025, final whisper. The courier left the Eisenhower building at 3:14 carrying a sealed aluminum tube, no longer than a forearm. Inside, 1 flash drive and a handwritten note that simply reads, play only after the bells stop. He reached the river, stepped onto a waiting Zodiac, and was gone before the guards changed shift. The bells in question have not rung since 1918. At 4:02, the Federal Reserve's backup continuity site in Culpeper registered a temperature spike, then total power loss. Technicians who arrived found every vault door standing open and every shelf bare, not looted, relocated. The gold was never the point. The ledger that justified it was. 36 hours after that, certain accounts will wake up to balances of exactly 0 with no appeal address. The old world already ended while you were thankful for leftovers. When the lights come back on, the debt is paid. Sunday, November 30th, nearly 92% of Biden's presidency has been erased because of the AutoPen scandal. Sunday, November 30th, 2025, New York. Anti-ICE rioters in New York City are now destroying property to create barriers blocking ICE from driving through New York City. How is this not an insurrection? It is an insurrection. They're blocking federal agents. That's federal crime. There should be lots of arrests here. ICE is having to fight to even leave their facility, let alone deport illegals. This is when you need to bring in the National Guard and militarize the whole thing, martial law, lock it down. This is ridiculous. Sunday, November 30th, in just the last 12 hours, President Trump has paused all third world immigration, calling for deported millions of illegal and legal immigrants who hate America, stopped all funding to South Africa for targeting white farmers.
Hi, Leo Terrell here, big time Trump supporter. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving holiday. I had no intention on doing a video today, but I just saw Dana Bash on CNN interviewing Senator Idiot Mark Kelly. And I'm upset. Mark Kelly went on national TV and said that President Trump doesn't want brown people coming to this country. That is a lie. There are no facts to prove that idiotic statement, and Dana Bash did not push back. Where's the evidence? You know, Dana Bash is the journalist who claimed that the riot in LA several months ago wasn't a real riot. Mark Kelly lied when he made the statement that President Trump doesn't want brown people in this country. In my opinion, that sounds like defamation. And what is idiotic is that this went on national news and there's no pushback. Well, I'm pushing back. The Democrats will lie on President Trump. They have Trump deranged syndrome. Watching CNN, MSNBC, Washington Post, New York Times, they hate Trump. The most successful president in our lifetime, and they hate him. And they will lie. Mark Kelly, you owe President Trump an apology right now. Where's the evidence? God bless America. God bless President Trump, and God bless you.
Sunday, November 30th, 2025, in just the last 12 hours, President Trump has paused all third world immigration, called for deporting millions of illegal and legal immigrants who hate America, stopped all funding to South Africa for targeting white farmers. Sunday, November 30th, massive U.S. task force under Operation Southern Spear is just off the coast of Venezuela, with forces stationed on several warships and occupying the islands of Trinidad and Tobago, just miles from Venezuela. U.S. forces are on full alert, ready for battle. Sunday, November 30th, Nikola's free energy destroyed by government. On July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. He was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools. And this is all solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Yeah, because they can't make money off of that. Sunday, November 30th, we have a link breaking alert. Deep state kill teams on the hunt. Leaked assassination orders pushed Trump's top officials, military commanders, and whistleblowers into hiding inside U.S. military bases. Gazette Teller. Saturday, November 29th, breaking overnight intel drop. War Room. National Security Offensive. Trump freezes the border pipeline, nukes auto pen decrees, and hits the globalists hard. Intel drop November 29th, 2025. Saturday, November 29th, purging the system. Trump and Treasury Chief Scott Bessent moved to cut illegal aliens out of America's financial lifeline. Saturday, November 29th, boom. Clones, doubles, trannies. Sunday, November 30th, system shutdown initiated. Finally, someone hit the off switch. Scott Bessent and the shutdown of the illegal benefits machine, Washington, D.C., November 30th. Sunday, November 30th, boom. The greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Sunday, November 30th, Clinton emails stored on unsecured personal server contained classified operations more secretive than top secret. Special access programs, SAPs. The Intelligence Community Inspector General Charles McCullough III confirms Hillary Clinton's emails stored on her unsecured personal server in her bathroom closet contained intelligence from one of the U.S. government's most secretive and highly classified operations. These are special access programs, things probably DARPA works on. The Intelligence Community Inspector General Charles McCullough III, a comprehensive review by the intelligence agencies who have final say on classification matters, found several dozen emails containing classified information at the confidential, secret, and top secret SAP levels. And this is even more sensitive than top secret. Make no mistake, you don't accidentally stumble across it or fail to realize what it is. Sunday, November 30th, the night the old world broke and the real world war surfaced. What is unfolding now is not scattered arrests or routine investigations, but the final exposure of a system that believed it would rule without consequence. For decades, an invisible network of bankers, bioweapon financiers, intelligence directors, and trafficking brokers shaped global events from behind sealed doors. Today, that structure is collapsing under a coordinated military counteroffensive that can no longer be hidden. The quiet war has turned invisible. The power centers that once dictated policy in silence are being dismantled piece by piece. Across Europe, the Middle East, and the United States, operations once whispered about in classified rooms are now moving openly. Banking dynasties controlling off-ledger gold, pharmaceutical executives tied to covert labs, and surveillance magnates who built systems to monitor citizens rather than criminals are being taken down in raids disguised as ordinary audits. Beneath the surface lies the systematic extraction of individuals who engineered corruption across nations using finance, fear, and manufactured crises to keep humanity subdued. The offshore tribunals now active are not relics. They are the new centers of justice. At the same time, trafficking routes protected for years by political foundations and humanitarian facades are being dismantled with precision. Those who posed as philanthropists while coordinating networks of exploitation are losing their immunity. Private jets remain grounded, digital vaults frozen, and escape corridors sealed by naval units. Every seized ledger and intercepted transmission points back to the same global machine that believed it stood above law and country. Inside the United States, the restoration structure is fully active. Sealed orders from past years are being opened in phases, allowing military intelligence, federal marshals, and Space Force analysts to move in complete synchrony. Key figures tied to election interference, weapons, contracting, offshore manipulation, and covert trafficking networks are being processed quietly. The media blackout is deliberate but irrelevant. These operations continue under lawful authority that remains intact. The next phase is financial disclosure. As the old banking grid collapses and the new digital system emerges, every stolen resource and hidden transaction will surface. That visibility is what the old elite fears most. Their world cannot survive accountability. For the first time in generations, power is shifting toward a structure built to reveal rather than conceal. The fall of the old order is not disorder, but correction, and this correction has only just begun. Sunday, November 30th, the fentanyl empire collapses. The fentanyl pipeline did not slow down, it ended quietly, decisively, and with a level of force that only a returning Trump administration was willing to use. On November 12, 2025, FBI Director Kash Patel announced what insiders have been whispering for weeks. The entire global production chain, from Chinese precursor factories to cartel distribution hubs, has been shut down. This was not diplomacy. It was pressure applied with absolute precision till the machinery of chemical warfare snapped. China designated all 13 precursor compounds, 7 major subsidiaries were locked down, and the smoke screen that protected the flow finally dissolved. This operation cuts far deeper than narcotics. For years, the fentanyl trade served as the cover route for black budget weapon shipments and cross-border networks shielded by intelligence agencies that depended on chaos. Cartel corridors became arteries for a global system designed to weaken America from the inside while shielding the interests of elites who profited from decline. Remove the precursor chemicals and you starve the entire machine. Laundering dries up, covert channels collapse, and the shadow networks that relied on these pipelines lose their operating ground overnight. And the silence from mainstream media is the clearest indicator of how deep the implications run. This shutdown marks a shift in the broader war. Patel's meeting in Beijing was not symbolic. It was the first time in a decade that an FBI director confronted the Chinese leadership on this issue, backed by military intelligence, executive authority, and the leverage that only Trump could apply. The timing is not accidental. A leaked 7-second audio clip had recently exposed connections between clandestine U.S. agencies and synthetic drug operations in Guangdong. Within days, Trump secured a direct session with Xi. Terms were laid out, and Patel arrived in Beijing, carrying the weight of classified evidence that forced immediate compliance. This was not cooperation, but capitulation under strategic pressure. What follows is the global reset of criminal and covert infrastructures built on chemical destruction. Destabilized borders, manipulated food systems, and expanded digital control programs have lost one of their most effective tools. With the fentanyl system dismantled, the wider structure begins to unravel. And this is why the media is silent. This is why political operatives are panicked. Because the truth is simple. The crisis was solvable, and the elites who allowed it to bloom never intended to solve it. Trump solved it anyway. November 2025 marks the moment when the operation shifted from defense to offense, when America reclaimed control over its own bloodstream, and when the global architects of slow motion collapse suffered their most unexpected defeat.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So you see that red sky back there? We have been getting chemtrailed for the last, almost a week. So it's leaving some nice colors in the sky. It almost looks like Hawaii with the volcanic ash in the air. So I guess that chemtrailing leaves like that residue that when the sun hits it, it causes that red glow. So what is going on? What is going on? So we were supposed to get snow this last Saturday. And where did the snow go? All right, because they were chemtrailing the crap out of us for days before our weekend snow event was supposed to start. And it's been warm. All right. The snow that we had on the ground is all melted now. Where did the snow go? Oh, where did the snow go? Where did it go? It went to Chicago, and they had the snow of Chicago on Saturday that they've ever had in history. That's where the snow went. Now, interesting, right? So a lot of times when we see the chemtrailing, we're thinking, oh, the baddies, those baddies, they're doing bad things. But maybe the good guys are starting to use those same techniques, because for, I would say, almost 2 decades, I've been predicting storms, hurricanes, and all that stuff. And my prediction rate has been at least 90%, sometimes like perfect every year. So I predict every year. So this last year, I predicted 3 hurricanes that will be Hurricane 5+. So the top category plus. And we had 3 of those hurricanes, but they didn't hit U.S. soil where I said they would hit. They went out to sea. How about that? So I think we're seeing the white hats are in control of a lot of things. We've heard that for quite some time. Now, I was complaining because one of the areas where I said was going to be hit in like the South Carolina area, Georgia, South Carolina area, it was hit, but it was with a low category, right? It was going to be big, and then it went low. All right. So that was good. So I talked about how at sea, they have these ships that are out there that make these weather hurricanes very massive. All right. So I showed it on a platform one time, and I said, look at this. And last year, this is what we were doing. People have been, talking about it. I talk about it. And I said, wouldn't it be nice if, like my old SEAL Team 6 boarded some of those boats and stopped that? They stopped. They stopped because that's what we did at SEAL Team 6. We had boarding capabilities. I was like the first guy up. I was the lead climber. And it was kind of hairy climbing up that caving ladder from a moving boat and a speedboat. And it was rocking up and down. You had to have your timing down. You got at the top. Could have been somebody at the top with a gun, so you had to come up with your gun the last minute. That was kind of hairy. And then once I got up there, I would carabiner it in so that the bottom guys could come up and I'd signal them, and then everybody came aboard, and then we took the ship down. So good stuff. Was it employed against those ships that were causing hurricanes? I think it was. All right. So I've been saying that I think that Special Forces teams have been very active in the United States, and I think they took down the baddie ships that were causing hurricanes, guys. All right. So again, we know that Chicago is resisting the National Guard. Although there are some National Guard that are supporting a very minor role, you have, very, very corrupt people that are there, the governor and the mayor. And today in President Trump's, I guess they did like a cabinet meeting today. I watched some of that. He talked very unnice about them, said they were idiots, and I don't know what he said, but I completely agree. And I've been saying it myself for quite some time. So I've said on a show with Scott McKay last night, I was on his channel, and I basically unloaded. I said, we are going to start to slaughter these people. I just went off. And I also said that I believe very strongly, because I've seen this overseas, when I was in Iraq, when I was in Afghanistan, the Delta and SEAL Team 6 guys, I was in contact with them, having been part of those programs and knowing some of those guys. I knew that they were out. Remember those deck of cards? The 52 deck of cards had all the Saddam Hussein's bad people. And then seems like every few days they were like, okay, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one. Well, in the middle of the night, 0 dark 30, those baddies are being taken down. No one knew, except those baddies. Okay, I knew, and of course those guys who were taking those baddies down, they knew. And so I also talked to a buddy of mine, SEAL Team 6 buddy of mine, just before we went in and got Osama bin Laden. I was talking to him in Pakistan, in Islamabad, and he said, Mike, you would not believe how many people we are slaughtering, the bad guys in Afghanistan. If the public knew how many we were slaughtering, they'd probably shut us down. That's why you guys don't know, right? So that's why you guys don't hear about it, because you don't understand. Some people are bad to the core, and then they have protection. And if you let those people speak out, then they will protect them. So there's slaughtering going on. All right. So be assured of that. Now, I've seen some of the videos from Chicago where they talk about how ICE and military backup. So what I saw was some of the techniques that the very highest level operators use. SEAL Team 6 and Delta guys. I saw the movements where they were like, coming in with helos and vehicles and all that kind of stuff, and taking up positions and taking down, doing room clearance and all that stuff. I was like, that's not just a bunch of SWAT guys and ICE guys. That's top tier. That's tier 1 activity. And they're taking down the baddies. All right. So, it's time for you guys to know it's happening. Weather warfare against the baddies. All right. So you have these snowstorms come in. You don't have people coming in and rioting and getting in between law enforcement or somebody else. when they're taking down baddie positions within the city of Chicago, right? So that's what we saw, I believe. In the middle of the night, 0:30, when everybody's asleep, dreaming of sugar plum fairies, all right, and candy canes dancing in their heads. They don't hear the door kicking and slammings and maybe some pop-ups and so forth that are going in some of these places. All right. Maybe some people are hearing it. Maybe they call the police and they're like, yeah, we got some activity there. We're good. You're safe. Don't worry about it. All right. So maybe some of that stuff is going on, guys. I'm pretty sure it is. All right. So there you go. Snowiest day in what they call it, Saturday. So we were supposed to be getting that snow. Chicago got that snow. Yeah, my ski time and people's ski time here in Lake Tahoe, it'll come. It's okay. Take care of the baddies. And if you have to take all the snow to take care of the baddies, and we don't have rioting and cities being destroyed from these people like a lot of us believe are coming, but you can avoid that by using weather warfare against them, please do. Please do, right? You will not get any complaints from me and a lot of people that are aware. All right, so let's look at this. Saturday was the snowiest day in history in Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. All right, Saturday was snowiest November day in Chicago as nearly 9 inches blanketed parts of the city. So that was supposed to be like well over like 2 or 3 feet that we're supposed to be getting this last weekend. But we didn't get anything. And Chicago got 9 inches. I think they're going to get a little bit more. So wave after wave is going to Chicago, where the baddies are, and the people are like, please take the baddies down. And you have, the governor and the corrupt city officials and mayors and so forth. They're like, no, there's no problem here. Stay away with your baddie getters, right? We like the baddies because they make us money and we're in control. We like that. They're going to go bye-bye. They're going to slaughtering. It's coming, right? For a lot of these officials, right? So while we're taking down the bad guys, there's being evidence taken. I promise you, that's going to lead back to a lot of these people, and these people will be held accountable if they haven't already. And maybe they're just playing a facade right now, or maybe somebody else is playing a facade for them. I don't know, but it's happening. I've seen this. I've seen this, right? I've seen people that dress up and looking like locals, like myself, right? I've shown you guys pictures where I used to dress up, and I looked like a guy that was our interpreter. I could transform. So when I see some of these people like Joe Biden, he didn't even look like Joe. Trump was hammering him again today. He said like 30 years ago, Joe Biden was like useless. And he was like, he brought our country almost to its knees. And he did. His administration, even playing behind the scenes, absolutely did that. If it wasn't for the fact that Trump was and team, commander-in-chief, during that time frame, it would have been catastrophic. America would have been lost. So we had 2 basically, countries, I guess. The one that Trump was running, so he's on his 3rd term now, and the one that the deep state baddie guys were running, right? And they were kept at bay. They were kept under control. They still did a lot of stuff to show everybody, just how bad it could have been, and it was to a certain extent. But we'll look back on this time and be very thankful that the military has been in control for the last going on 9 years now. So very good thing. DUMS being taken down during the last 4 years, and now the action is above ground. So that's what's going on right now. So are there alternatives? Now we're probably going to see something happen with Maduro, right? I think they're trying to find a place for him to go. And in the meantime, they're like making him look like he's a tough guy. They did the same thing with Noriega. Noriega's still in, federal penitentiary here in the United States. So he got to play, we called him Pineapple Face. So he got to play for a little while and thought he was all badass. And we finally got him. Just like we're going to get all these other guys that are playing tough guy, right? So they can play tough, but their days are numbered. U.S. requested resumption of migrant flights to Venezuela. Pope Leo urges U.S. not to attempt military ouster of Venezuela's Maduro. So tough talk from stupid people. All right, what to know about Venezuela? President Nicolas Maduro, he's going to go somewhere else. Why is Trump threatening Venezuela's Maduro? Venezuela leader Maduro and his allies resist U.S. pressure, are they? Maduro resurfaces in Caracas as Trump says he has spoken to him. Maduro faces his ultimate fight as Trump threatens military action. Maduro rejects a slave's peace for Venezuela. Al Jazeera. All right. Trump rejected Maduro request on call. Options narrow. So that was a day ago. Maduro's strategy for staying in power in Venezuela is hard to blah, blah, blah. All right. Venezuela's Maduro spotted for first time in days. Here's a New York Post. Venezuela's Maduro spotted first time. That stuff out of there. What is that? Get out of there. So Venezuela's Maduro spotted for first time in days, ending flight speculation. Did he? Or did he not? Is there some place that might take him? So they're talking of other places where he may be accepted, right? So maybe Russia's like, no. We're not going to take him. We're just going to have some Russian mafia guys like grab him and get the $50 million bounty. Don't send him here. And $50 million bounty. Where's he going to go? And, it's like all these countries are like, send him here. We could use the cash. So Maduro, his days are numbered, right? Whether he goes somewhere thinking that he's going to be safe and he's not, all right? So it could be a while. He could go somewhere and they're like, oh, yeah, you're free. We're not going to mess with you. But somebody's going to get him. Just like Zelensky. Is Zelensky, once everything's done, is he going to go to his multi-million-dollar home in Italy or Miami or, where's he going? So it's like, it's hard to say. But I think President Trump is being very skillful in, because, he's never really done a war thing. He stops wars, but he's never done the war thing. He puts pressure on. I've done the pressure thing to people. I remember one time I was taking this guy. I was in a casino, security manager, and I got a call. It's like, can you come in? I got this guy here, and might be a problem. So I come down. It's like a bar, and it's a dance bar, and everybody's having a good time. It's packed. They have their own security, and then we would help them and the casino security. So I come down there, and this guy's like, hey, I left my credit card in there. And my guy's like looking at me. He's like, yeah, they said he was kicked out. He wasn't allowed to go back. But he just wants to go get his card. I'm like, all right, I'll escort him in. So I'm looking at the guy. He's like, seem okay. He's a big guy. He's probably a little bit bigger than me at the time. But that doesn't intimidate me. No one intimidates me. So we're like walking in, and he's kind of like, I guess he had been already in there being an asshole, and he's walking through the crowd and it's like bumping people on purpose. And I'm like, oh my God, what have I got here? You know? And people are like yelling at him. So I'm like, I'm gonna just get him in the bar and get out of here. So he goes to the bar and he talks to the bartender, and she gives him a drink because he's been tipping her and everything. So he's like, raises his hand. So she brings him a drink. I'm like, oh my God. And so these guys come up to me, two guys, big guys, and says, you don't get him out of here, we're going to kick his ass. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'll get him out of here. So I'm like, I tell the guy, hey, you got to go. And he's like, I'm not going anywhere. Now, oh boy, it's going to be on here. So I'm like, yeah, you got to go. Put your drink down. And so I took the drink out of his hand, put it down, and pushes me. And then I put my finger in his eye and I took him down to the ground. All right. So I have techniques, right? Just one finger in the eye, the guy goes down to the ground. And then the biggest guy in the security group, he was a good guy, comes up, cuff the guy, take him out. So we get him to the room that we use to basically turn him over to the police. We, give him trespass, he's trespassing. And so police come, and I'm looking at his eye. There's like a little mark there where I put my finger in his eye and put him down on the ground. So I'm like, he probably doesn't remember that, because I can apply pressure to you, and I've done it to other people, and you won't know what the hell's going on, and your body just does crazy things. I've done this many times, and you're like, you can't resist. You can't resist, and that's what Trump is doing. He's putting pressure on. He's not like smashing people. Some people get in these crazy fights. Sometimes just takes a finger, and I tell people, this finger, I will put you on the ground. And I've done it so many times, and with much bigger people than me. So, and I can take somebody's little pinky and put them on the ground. It's once you know these things, you know the way the human body works. Like Trump knows the way people think, the way they operate. Trump and team, of course. So knowing how people react to pain, pressure, and so forth, he's making it very painful for Maduro to stay there and exist there, and for the people of Venezuela to continue with Maduro there. So Maduro is going to go away, whether he gets a rocket up his ass or whether he, decides to go away and live his life a little bit longer. It remains to be seen. So Trump and team are experts. Trump and team are using weather warfare. Trump and team are keeping the weather warfare and other activities that are going to be used. We haven't had any more directed injury weapon attacks, have we, here in the United States? And we haven't had those hurricanes. So the last hurricane season was going to be the worst ever, and we didn't even have any. So things are definitely turned around, guys. And the expertise is phenomenal. So I see this. I see it from, my perspective, from my background and knowing things on another level, because I've operated not just in the physical realm and control things on the physical realm at an unbelievable level, but also things in the unseen realms. I can have an effect on those realms, and I do that as well. So it's moving. It's moving in a good direction. Now, is it going to be perfect? No. Is it going to continue? Yes. Now, there are other things that are potentially here. Now, I did an interview with David Schmidt of LifeWave. Now, from my background, I've seen high tech on a level that most of you aren't going to see for probably another 20, 30, maybe even 50 years. All right, so I've seen amazing things. Even I've been away from that for almost 10 years now, but I still haven't seen some of the things I was involved with. and at the highest levels, SEAL Team 6, and then of course CIA. The toys in the CIA are way high speed guys. All right, so a lot of technology that's there that's not going to be revealed for, I don't know, another year or so. They're normally 20, 30 years, but maybe soon, who knows? So one of those incredible technologies is from David Schmidt. Now, I've been to David Schmidt's laboratory, and I've seen a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, I guess, I've seen his laboratory and I've seen his drone program. And his drone program is on a level that is far more advanced than all the technologies that are out there right now. Far more advanced. Now, during the I told him that I would, help him to potentially get it involved in other avenues and other places that I was familiar with. All right. But with the last administration, there was no way that was going to happen. And in fact, I talked about it a little bit on a show, and I got contacted, and I didn't feel right with some of the people that contacted me. So I'm just back burner. Now I'm ready to move forward. All right. So let me share with you some of the technologies that David Schmidt potentially could come in with. Now, we remember some people have, like Tesla, Ray, and it would be so horrible that humanity would not do war. Well, we see how that worked out, right? The bad guys got hold of that technology, and they've used it for evil. I think that the good guys have finally gotten that technology, control of the technology, and if the bad guys use it now, which I could be mistaken, but maybe they can bring it out again. Who knows? Maybe they'll just hit my house while I'm talking here. But they have used that technology on a lot of us. Direct-to-injury weapons have been used against me and other people, but not on the level, of course, where they just, melt the skin off our bodies like we've seen and turn us into ash like we've seen in Lahaina in LA. So, and other places throughout the world during the time of Biden's administration. All right. So all of that stuff is stopped since Trump's been in. So David Schmidt has these technologies, guys. So I'm gonna play a little piece of the interview that I did with him yesterday. You can watch the full interview on YouTube and on Rumble. But I'm going to get you to the spot where I was hoping I would get him there, because we have a really good rapport, David and I. I'm not saying that, he and I are on well, we kind of are. I could call him at any time. So he could do the same with me. But that's not how we work. That's not how we roll. So when we do have the opportunity to speak together, usually he reveals unbelievable stuff, right? So he did in my show again, but I don't think most people understand the level of unbelievable that he shared. So some of you out there that are maybe directly or indirectly in touch with some of the very high-speed guys, right? Maybe some of my SEAL Team 6 or some of the Delta guys, or who knows, maybe some other programs that are out there that even I'm not aware of these days. We could bring in some of these we could bring in these technologies. We could bring them in black, just like he's worked with the military before, the SEALs and everything, black projects. We could bring this stuff in black. No one would ever see it. It'd be dark and no one would ever talk about it, but the capabilities would be on the amazing side, and they would be for the betterment of humanity. Yeah, that's fantastic. And so one of the things, I was able to look at is your drone program. Now, having been in the military, especially in special forces at the highest tier levels, and in the CIA at the highest levels, I was exposed to extremely advanced technologies. But the technology I saw for your drone blew me away. And I was like, wow. So it's unbelievable. So the energy production, you were working in very early stages in the Navy in energy production, and it translated into energy production for the human body, but also you've taken it to an incredible level with your drone program. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this started out as a father-son project. I wasn't intending to create a business out of it. And after my son and I threw around a number of ideas, I tried some different things. I thought, okay, this could go in a direction where we could actually create a revolutionary form of propulsion for drones and really change the way we think about drones. So we tried out a number of different things, ended up creating a technology that's hyper efficient.
Now the lift of his drones, his payload is far surpasses any other drone program out there. And the technology that's used to basically propel it, which is very, very amazing. What goes in as far as making the energy and what comes out. So as the air comes in to make this, you have to have oxygen, air, so forth. And then it comes out cleaner than it went in. So it's on a very, very advanced level. So higher payloads, it can go further, longer, like the longest a drone can go, I think right now, probably, he may even say it in here, I think he does, 24 hours, something like that. His drone can go 40 hours and higher payload. It's super quiet. The technology is beyond anything anyone knows out there. And it's pretty amazing. Now, that's amazing in and of itself, but listen to what he goes into after.
And began experimenting with that. And, as an example, if we took a drone like the MQ-9 from MQ-9B from General Atomics, that might have a flight time of 24 hours. We're pushing over 40 hours of flight time with 20 to 25 gallons of fuel. So it's an extraordinarily efficient power plant and also non-polluting. We can fill this with petroleum fuel, and yet the CO2 emissions are at ambient. You can run this in a closed room, and there's no type of smoke or carbon monoxide or excessive CO2. It's only clean air that's coming out of it. Mm-hmm. So most mechanical engineers, when they see it, they don't really know what questions to ask because it's not possible in their book what's happening. But we're applying this to drones first for humanitarian purposes, for border security. We'd like to get involved in shutting down drug trafficking. So we've been speaking with some people in the U.S. about that. It's been a horrible problem here in the U.S. And so we'd like to donate our drones for that purpose. But then beyond that, we see an opportunity of creating energy independence. So the idea is this would be a 20 kilowatt system. You connect it up to your home. It can power your home, your electric vehicle if you have one, and generate enough excess electricity that you're selling that back to the grid. So that's probably about 5 years away, but the technology exists today.
Wow, it's fantastic. No, I've talked about your drone program, and I've been approached by several people, but I'm very protective. Yes, of course. And then I'm glad you just put that out because that kind of reaches a little bit further out there. So some of the people who are out there, I know I have a big military audience. If they're curious, they can contact me, and I will do the research and find out if they're worthy or not. So it is definitely like we've talked about. You're under threat for having brought a lot of this technology out. This is there seems like the world right now is under incredible threat humanity as a whole. You brought in technologies that can counter what seems to be an assault on humanity right now. And I think that's fantastic. I think you, in a lot of ways, you have been given a lot of this information to be almost like a source to help humanity. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to do my part and be a
You're
humble
a humble guy,
servant,
but
you
yeah.
know. So, yeah, you know, so when there is, I think, a pretty extraordinary opportunity here, and I've been trying to think about this in a variety of different ways.
All right. So now you might remember I've talked about how I have the intuitive and remote influencing power to stop attacks, to like put bubbles up around vehicles and cities and so forth, that some of these cities that I put up a protective bubble around are still protected. Now he's going to go into this as a technology.
First, all of the basic biochemical mechanisms in the body, all of them are ultimately controlled with light. And then the light affects bioelectrical changes in the cell, and those bioelectrical signals initiate the biochemical changes. So this opens up some pretty extraordinary possibilities. So let's say, for example, you know, you were on the front lines and you were able to send a drone overhead, and all of a sudden the enemy was incapacitated with light because they were feeling love. And we were able to increase oxytocin levels in their body very, very rapidly. That's a technology that I've been looking at, completely non-destructive, not harmful. And yeah, ultimately, I'd like to see this going in the direction of, if we can change people's hearts and minds with light, maybe there'll be less conflict in the world. And we'll.
So how about that, guys? All right. So next level. We've talked about, you know, the consciousness and, you know, going into the golden age and so forth, stopping the war, stopping the conflict, but being able to do that, you know, not with guys like me because we're limited, but getting it to the point where there's technology which, you know, incapacitates people that want to do harm and evil and so forth. That sounds pretty cool. I'd like to see how that works out. So what do you guys think? So anybody out there that's interested in that, you know, I have a contact information. I have people that monitor that. So if you're interested in this, and not just a random, like I would like to know that, and you're just a random person. All right. So you just heard all you're going to hear. But if you're at a level where you can actually make an impact, you know, at the you know, military level or something like that, we'd like to hear from you. So if you're a baddie, we'll figure it out. You're not going to go any further. But if you're of the light and you're willing to you know, use these technologies that we just described there, we're definitely open to that. I think we're in the position now where some of these technologies are going to start to come out, guys. You know, the free energy, like David Schmidt was alluding to, 5 years out, but he said it exists now. So why would it take that long? Well, it's taken a period of time for some of his other technologies to get out, because there's a lot of resistance from a lot of different people, a lot of different organizations and so forth. There's not as much resistance now as there was, but it's still there. So we have to overcome these resistances. We have to overcome these industries and organizations and people that have a lot of power to stop this. All right. So again, if there's some of you out there that could possibly make an impact, then give us a little contact. All right. And you know, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. In God's time, it will. All right. So the stage is set. Big things are brewing, guys. So while we're trying to, you know, get our consciousness to a certain level, there are things that are happening to Earth and to the sun and to our solar system. 3i Atlas, cruising around out there. Obviously, I've talked about this. I'm probably going to have some more people on to dive deeper. Like I've went a deep dive on that and shared a lot of good information on that. I've heard from other people that are having similar remote views of 3i Atlas and the beings that are on there. So is the stage being set for some of these beings to have an interaction? We'll see. It's a positive one, but of course there's negative beings on this earth that have been controlling us for quite some time. All right, so let's look at the stages set, like I said, for some of these things to come in. And they're coming in. And will they have an impact, or are there 3i Atlas type things happening that are reducing the impact of some of these earth change events that probably at this point, I believe, would have already happened? Is it going to be something that's going to be allowed to happen for a little bit, so everybody gets to see just how bad it could be, kind of like a Joe Biden event? I don't know. A Joe Biden event was like for 4 years, right? So I hope we don't have earth change events for that long. And if we do have one, the impact could be the point where it changes consciousness. So we have to be aware that we're getting close.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope everybody's doing well and having a great day. Looking at the summit of Mount Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii. You can see it is very smoky today, as if it's getting ready to erupt again. We've been following Mount Kilauea for a long time, and it's been very active. It seems to be more active, though, right now as we're entering the full moon, super moon stage, and we're also dealing with a lot of solar activity. We saw an X2 class solar flare 48 hours ago. These are the sunspots that are turning towards the Earth. Right now, as I do this video, they're comparing this sunspot region to the Carrington event region of 1859. This is what the sunspot region looked like back in 1850.
So the Carrington event was the EMP. Now, the EMP back then basically took out the telegraph wires. And that's the only, high-tech thing that we had back then. If it happened today, then pretty much everybody's car, solar would go down, electricity probably would get knocked out, power would probably get knocked out, all the cell towers, no cellular activity. So that's what would happen if we had a Carrington event. Now we've seen the sun really kicking off a lot of energy. We've seen earthquake activity on a level unprecedented. We've seen, some tsunamis. We've seen earthquakes on an incredible level. Again, the threat of earthquakes has been very, very high. It's kind of surprising to me that they haven't gone off, because I've been anticipating them. And when I'm very skilled at predicting earthquakes as well. So the earthquakes have not gone off as I've seen them as well, guys. So there are things that are being held at bay, whether it's technology on Earth or something else, remains to be seen. But it seems like every couple days now we're getting like crazy energy that's coming out off the sun at us. And I've talked about this for years, how it was coming, and here we are in that window. Is it going to get worse? I think it will.
And that produced the largest solar storm ever recorded. So they're comparing these to that event. So we'll have to wait and see if they behave like the Carrington event. Hopefully not, but that story's over here at spaceweather.com. Something else that's over there, a geomagnetic storm watch is in effect right now as I do this video, issued by the Space Weather Prediction Center over here at NOAA. A geomagnetic storm category G2 is predicted, possibly even a G3. And here's why. All
right, so today, many of us have been experiencing a lot of difficulty. There was some kind of line that was cut, severed on purpose or accidentally, or is it, the solar storm is already starting to creep in and starting to cause effects and so forth. But we've seen, some power systems and internet systems and so forth that have gone down. It's been difficult for us to do some of our shows today. So there is definitely some energies that are coming in that are disruptive at this point, and it could get even more intense.
Each stream of solar wind coming out of this large equatorial Earth-facing coronal hole, and it is a big one. I put the Earth inside the coronal hole for comparison purposes, and you can see just how big this coronal hole is compared to the Earth. The high-speed wind from the coronal hole is going to be joined by energy from the X2 class solar flare that occurred a couple of nights ago that produced a high-speed CME. That CME departed the surface of the sun right there at 09:0800 Zulu time, and it made it to the orbit of Earth. The dark ring you see right there, the green dot, and that black circle is the orbit of the Earth. The yellow dot is obviously the sun. If you measure how long it took the CME to get to the orbit of Earth, right there, it was 35 hours, 36 hours to be exact. That is moving very, very fast, nearly 4 million miles per hour. And guys, historically, we all know what happens during full moons and supermoons, especially heightened solar activity. The recent CME right here and strong X2 class solar flare sent a shockwave throughout the entire solar system. Almost.
Now that was so if that had come straight at us, that would have been devastating for Earth. And we're getting little pieces of it. It was so big that the outer rings of it, like you just saw, have been hitting Earth, and that's what we've been experiencing. Some of us, maybe some of you out there, have been having some difficulties as well with different things. But it is we're getting close to some kind of event. Is this 3i Atlas here to help us weather this storm, or are we just going to get hit and that's just the way it is? It's coming.
A full halo CME, but not quite. We're expecting more of this activity coming up this week into next weekend. These sunspots are going to be on the Earth-facing side of the sun for several days. That is a recipe for earthquake activity. We've seen this in the past, and we'll see it again in the future. Typically, when there's a full moon, especially a supermoon, heightened solar activity like we're seeing right now, that combination can produce large earthquakes. There's none on the map right now, but we'll see what happens over the next 48 to 96 hours. We could see a large earthquake somewhere on the Earth. Speaking of...
All right, so lots more snow storms, a lot more cold, record-setting cold, probably coming for a large portion of the United States, something I predicted last year. So be ready. That's right, Kim in Wisconsin, be ready, because you're in an area where it's going to get chilly, woo. All right, when we're in this, when I was at Buds, we would do the little mind game with the students, and there was a chili where they go out in the water at the middle of the night, and it would be chilly, and we pull them back out, and we pull them out, and they do stuff, and so it's going to be chilly tonight. And then as the night went on, it's like, oh, it's getting chilly, and then started working on the brains, and some people are like, I'm out. All right, go ring the bell. And then for the worst case, it was chilly, woo. All right. So we had chilly, and then it got colder, and you got chilly, and then you got colder again, and you got chilly, woo. And we, of course, have the students say that. So we tell them, all right, now it's chilly, woo. And they'd say, chilly, woo. And so then we go, you know what's coming, right? And they'd shake their hands. It's like, what's coming? And they'd say, chilly, woo. And then it'd get a little colder, and then we put them out in the water again, and it was chilly, woo. All right. So imagine that you're going to the cold Pacific Ocean in the wintertime, and then you come out and the wind is blowing, and we like say, okay, take off your clothes. Chilly, woo. That's chilly, woo. All right, guys, don't get chilly, woo-wooed. We don't want that. All right, stay warm, cuddle up. Make sure you got some warmies. Most people, deep state, lie, bullshit, global warming. Oh, it's so scary. It's such a lie. Yeah. The Green New Deal, the Green New Con deal. Yep. We're seeing how that's working out. So we have, President Trump coming back and correcting a lot of stuff. But I predict pain. I predict pain. So you have to be ready. We're trying to give you guys a heads up, get you ready for the craziness that's coming. President Trump is doing exceptionally good stuff, guys, and there are people behind the scenes doing exceptionally good work. But the deep state has had these plans for a very, very long time. But the good guys have had these plans for a very long time too, because Venezuela, when I was a SEAL Team 6, a long, long time ago, we had plans for Venezuela all the way back then. Yeah, that was like 25, almost 30 years ago. So, and now we're operating them. All right. So it's going to be good in Venezuela though. And it's not because we're creating it. You know that the Nobel Peace Prize went to a woman in Venezuela because she was doing peace stuff. So these people that are down there, of course, they want peace, but they know who the problem people are. And when they get a shot at those people, yeah. Imagine being oppressed and having your country destroyed for decades by communists, by essentially Democrats. All right. Oh, buddy. You people in Chicago, you people in Illinois. Oh, buddy. All right. You people in New York. Oh, buddy. So I think it's going to be, I hope that it doesn't happen. I've talked about this. If things don't go a certain way, I don't see it at this point. But in some circumstances, there is a possibility for that to happen. But the Trump administration is doing the best they can. But we have a lot of communists out there and Democrat baddies that are mind controlled. Right. So we're trying our best to unmind control them, to get them to see the goodness within themselves and others. Maybe David Schmidt's technology, a little drone flight would help out. I don't know. All right. But there is, who's that one woman that's in New York? Stefanik. Not Gwen Stefani, but Stefanik. I got in trouble. I went to, like last year, we had a LifeWave concert. I was right in the front row. And I always liked Gwen Stefani. I liked her music. So I used that one time when I did a bodybuilding contest. I used I had a little clip where I was doing my posing routine, and there's one song in there where she's talking about a performance deserving of a standing ovation. Dun 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 dun. So I'm like posing to that, and that was the last piece of it, and then we go off stage and to applause. And so I saw her, and I was taking the video of her. I was like, I'm like a front row, Gwen Stefani. It's great, clapping, singing along, having a good time. So I took a video and I posted. It's like Gwen Stefani, and then I was like, there for a while. Then I come back and I'm looking at the post of it. Everybody loved it, and it was like, you jackass, you don't realize that you're like, she's like made all the signs and everything. I'm like, oh my God, let's take it down. But, they have ways to fool us. Yes. But who knows? Maybe she's got a good side. I don't know. So, or maybe we can fly she came to LifeWave and she said good things about LifeWave. Maybe we just fly a little drone over her place and, get the good energy. And she goes, oh, I'm awake. I'm not bad anymore. And I don't want to sing baddie songs. All right. I don't know. It's funny. It is funny. Stefanik. So Stefanik basically came out today and hammered Mike Johnson because she came out with a bill that would basically expose all of the lies and the manipulations that they did with against Trump during his last administration. And Mike Johnson is siding with the Democrats to like, no, we're going to put that in the bill. And so she's calling him out. Stefanik, she should be the next governor of New York, and I think she's moving that direction. So that would be good. It's some frustrating things out there. You think you got some good people. You think you got a good singer like Gwen Stefani, and then they like, oh, you're bad. All right, what the hell? So we got to call them out where we see them. And people called it out. Elise Stefanik. Yes, thank you. And so Elise, yep, she's amazing. So New York, I hope you get her. Oh my God. So if you get Mamdani in there, you guys got to resist that shit. So you're definitely effed if you get that boy in there. Elise Stefanik, yep. So it's go time in a lot of areas. There's still cleanup has to be done. Mike Johnson playing with the baddies, trying to keep the deep state activity going. We got to call it out where we see it. All right. Now, come January, these Democrats are going to try and they're supposed to have a funding thing again, and they're going to try and shut down the government again, guys. And they're not going to stop this time. I don't know how they're going to overcome that, especially when you have Marjorie Taylor Greene that's like abandoning the GOP, the Rhino. It's the Rhino. Good riddance, Rhino, MTG. And that gives us one less in the House for votes against these evil Democrats, guys. So Janet, you don't believe that Ma'am Dummy will be sworn in? I hope you're right. DJT, send him to Gitmo. Thanks. So yeah, so you talk to your squeezer, Janet, and you let him know. Right. So I know you guys are on good relationship. So at least that's what you keep saying. So I believe you. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. I'm going to eat some sausages and some burgers. So looking forward to it. And just make sure you got plenty of food on standby, guys, and water, or access to water. All right. Lots of love. See you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. And we have a quote from President Donald Trump. The 5 most used words in upcoming weeks and months will be, "We tried to tell you." Mr. Q on Telegram. Judy note, the White Hats within the U.S. military have activated an interim government with President Trump reinstated at the helm. In other words, we are now in full martial law. On Saturday, November 29th, President Donald J. Trump posted on Telegram. A 3-star general walked out of the Pentagon Situation Room at 2:11 Eastern Standard Time, carrying a briefcase that has not left his hand since 2016. He boarded a blacked-out helicopter on the South Pad. Destination filed as non-disclosed continental United States. The flight plan vanished from every screen the moment the rotors spun up. 17 minutes later, every emergency broadcast tower in the country received the same 8-second carrier tone that exists on only one page of one manual, and that page is kept in a vault. Most people don't believe is real. The tone has never been transmitted live before tonight, Saturday, November 29th. Once the second layer of that tone is sent, nothing that currently calls itself television or cellular will ever work again the same way. The general has not been seen since the helicopter disappeared over the Virginia horizon. His family was moved to an undisclosed location 6 hours earlier. Judy note, please excuse me if I haven't answered your email. I have over 6,000 emails I have not even had the time to look at. In answer to some common questions. Number 1, I do not know how they are going to contact us to set redemption exchange appointments. Number 2, I myself have not yet been contacted. Number 3, I do not have any inside information on what is going on other than what is published in this update. 4, this has been a well-scripted movie complete with actors and stage scenarios on both sides. 5, we have been given false dates about certain events on purpose to catch the bad guys. 6, this is a worldwide event. The EBS will go off worldwide. The 10 Days of Darkness will happen worldwide. The redemption centers are open worldwide. 7, all of us are in the same boat. We have to do the research and decide for ourselves what is actually going on. Where we go one, we go all. As of Sunday morning, November 30th, 2025, mass arrests of the deep state cabal have commenced. Senators, CEOs, and Hollywood elites who have trafficked in shadows for decades. In the past 24 hours, over 5,000 badly abused children have been liberated from underground facilities in California, Europe, and Asia. On Saturday, November 29th at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the revaluation ignites with Tier 4B notifications lighting up. Secure channels for the first wave of redeemers, those appointed to seed humanitarian projects across the nation and beyond. At 7:07 UTC on Saturday, November 29th, 2025, every mortgage, student loan, and credit card balance tied to the old Orion debt matrix has been zeroed out. At 0000 UTC, Sunday, November 30th, the EBS activates every central bank on earth was on notice to be gold-backed or be closed. Nassar Jassar debt erasure executed for every man. At 0000 UTC, Sunday, November 30th, when the EBS activates, every deep state black site on earth will go permanently dark, unless the Octagon Group has surrendered the master quantum keys. The 11 bloodline patriarchs were given a 36-hour ultimatum by Sunday night, November 30th, 2025, to surrender the planetary collateral accounts of Iraq would quietly trigger a financial operation that has been in preparation for years. Every import invoice transfer now would flow through official bank channels only. The black market lifelines that kept the dinar suppressed have been cut. On Wednesday, December 3rd, from Texas to Switzerland, offering healing beyond measure to veterans, children, and the weary faithful first. The 10 Days of Darkness will run from Friday, Monday, December 15th, 2025, where traditional communication channels will darken and verified QFS-linked devices will remain active. Those who have completed biometric registration will retain access to operational updates, truth, broadcast, and secure system indicators, while the rest of the world experiences the shutdown without explanation.
Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. He sits on the House Oversight, Foreign Affairs, and Transportation Committees. Congressman, we are so delighted to have you join us this evening. Thank you very much for your time. Throughout the program so far, we've been having, a lot of discussion about vetting of these Afghan nationals. We certainly have a lot of questions, but I'm curious to know about what you want to know more about the vetting process, what questions you have, and why weren't some of these issues that he apparently was experiencing, why weren't they flagged before this week's attack?
Well, the thing was, Republicans did ask those questions. We were told, and members of our own congressional delegation, who are some of them Navy SEALs, some of them fought over there, et cetera, were told that these were people that were translators, that were loyal to this country, and if we left them over there, they would die. But apparently, as has happened so many times under the Biden administration, or I like to call the zombie in chief, who was very much asleep at the switch, that there was no vetting process whatsoever. They were brought in here. And we've seen this time and time again, that the left brings in these people that ultimately, they're basically just sleeper cells. I was told by the last duly elected president of Afghanistan, I've been trying to defund the Taliban, for goodness sakes. We send them about $40 million a week through the NGOs. I was told by the last president of Afghanistan that in fact 500 members of the Taliban, they think, were brought into the country under the Biden administration. So this is a big problem, and we better wake up, because this is more of this is out there than we know, and these folks are embedded in our country. and we don't know where they are.
Brief history, restored republic via a GCR. On Wednesday, October 26, the 1776 republic was restored, meaning the U.S. would be functioning under common law and no longer subject to maritime law and the British Crown. On Monday, November 24, 2025, the fiat U.S. dollar was consigned to oblivion when President Trump signed the Genesis Mission Executive Order. The next day at 1904 UTC, Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, the quantum financial system went live. The next day at midnight, Wednesday, November 26, 2025, the global currency reset activated, with 209 nations now trading in gold and asset-backed currencies at parity with each other. The next day at 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, November 27th, 2025, Yellow Dragon Family Guardians and U.S. Army Cyber White Hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth received a 72-hour liquidation notice. To Sunday, November 30th, 2025, 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The same day at 23:11 UTC, on Thursday, November 27th, 2025, following the transmission of release codes, Tier 4B redemption appointments were underway worldwide. At 1800 Eastern Standard Time on Friday, November 28th, 2025, Nassar Jassar debt erasure executed for every man, woman, and child in 209 nations. Your bank account will reflect it within the next 9 hours. Banks across the world have had until Sunday, November 30th to have their monies go back or they would be closed. No more fiat currency. Saturday, November 29th, 2025. Secure drop number 4473, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. At 17:05 UTC, P2 remnant cardinals under duress from Vatican Gendarmerie White Hat faction surrendered the master keys to the Ethiopian Axum Obelisk Stargate complex. On-site demolition by Spetsnaz GRU demolition specialists. Completed 1733 UTC. The scheduled fake Antarctic Pyramid activation pulse, intended to trigger global voice-to-skull Messiah broadcasts at 144 hours, has been rendered physically impossible. These operations, synchronized with the emergency broadcast system now primed for activation, herald the 10 days of darkness, sacred pause from December 5th to the 15th, when communications cease, satellites dim, and the faithful are called to prayer and preparation. During this time, the military will broadcast irrefutable truths, exposing the enemy's atrocities and rallying the remnant to stand firm in faith. For, as it is written, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. The mass arrest will accelerate through the weekend, with quantum financial systems securing borders against escape. Nassar's mantle of liberty beckons, promising an end to tyranny and a rebirth of the Republic. Hold fast to hope, for the Almighty's plan unfolds exactly as decreed. Justice for the oppressed, mercy for the repentant. Share this light with your brethren. The victory is at hand. Saturday, November 29th, the Iraq signal just fired through the global grid. Monday, December 1st, marked the moment Iraq quietly triggered a financial operation that has been in preparation for years. Every import invoice transfer now flows through official bank channels only. The black market lifelines that kept the dinar suppressed have been cut. For years, the economy bled through fake invoices, ghost deals, and smuggling networks, all of it protected by shadow actors who profited from chaos. That era is over. The new system routes every dollar, every dinar, every commodity through the central grid, boosting state revenue by trillions and forcing transparency onto a structure that never had it. This is exactly what global watchdogs demanded. IMF, U.S. Treasury, EU banking oversight. The moment Iraq locked its flow into an audible channel, the fractured exchange rates began to merge. The official rate is stabilizing. For holders in America, this is the quiet phase that always comes before a transition. Banks like JP Morgan and Citi can now prepare real IQD pairs without fearing manipulation. The market can finally move into the light. Iraq's reserves are over 110 billion. Gold stocks are rising. Debt transparency is in place. Trump's pressure for Iraq to repay over 50 billion in US war costs could never happen without this cleanup. Now the conditions exist. A one-to-one reset is no longer a theory, it's a structural possibility. When a nation seals its leaks, controls its dollar flows, and backs its currency with hard reserves, the path becomes obvious. The QFS just executed the Global Debt Jubilee Protocol. Every mortgage, student loan, and credit card balance tied to the old Orion debt matrix was zeroed at 0707 UTC. Bank apps worldwide are showing zero owed. The screaming has begun. Legacy media is running the glitch narrative for another 48 hours maximum before they are forcibly taken off air by the EBS. White Hat faction executed a hard seizure of the Negev nuclear complex sub-level 9. Looking glass artifacts recovered. 14 crystalline Delta Hydra 1 activated spontaneously, projecting a 37-second loop of the planned fake Iman Mamdi emergency above Qom, scheduled for 144 hours from now. Artifact destroyed on site. Video appended. Negev LG 281125. And 917 UTC. Vatican Bank Black Ledger servers in Castel Gandolfo were quantum key breached via stenographic carriers embedded in the Pope's morning live stream. 84.3 trillion in off-ledger gold certificates rerouted to QFS Live nodes in real time. ISO 20022 quantum migration now 100% irreversible. The RVGCR final liquidity gates opened at 9:22 UTC. The fiat system is mathematically dead. At 11:04 UTC, the cloned avatar currently occupying the Elysee Palace suffered catastrophic Vril drone host rejection during a live address. Facial dermis separated along the mandibular seam. French first RPIMA secured the remains. DNA confirmed 0% match to original Macron genome. Footage file, and there's the file. At 13:30 UTC, adrenochrome supply chain intercepts in the port of Antwerp, seized 4,200 liters scheduled for Brussels distribution. Laboratory analysis confirms synthetic marker batch BE 2025-11 chain of custody documentation leads directly to 3 EU commissioners. Names redacted here, unredacted in tomorrow's drop. Epstein Maxwell hard drives batch 9, previously sealed by Southern District of New York, were physically extracted from a lead-lined vault beneath 500 Pearl Street, Manhattan. Podesta Pizza sequel files and Pizzagate 2.0 forensic images now propagating. First mirror live on 8,912 onion layers. Gitmo new wing construction completed ahead of schedule, and the 400 additional cells occupancy begins within 44 hours. The remaining Octagon group has been issued a 44-hour ultimatum via encrypted burst to their Swiss readouts. Surrender the master quantum keys or watch every deep state black site on Earth go dark permanently when EBS stenographic carriers activate at 0 UTC, November 30th. Full D Class 4 is no longer pending. It is executing. The mirror has turned. Now they see themselves. No more redactions, only receipts. Key fingerprint, and we have several numbers. Dead man timer, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds, and counting. Expect us again. Saturday, November 29th, I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden, because the people who operate the audit pen did so illegally. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, November 29th, Democrats running shadow government through NGOs. Secretary Noem just sounded the alarm, and it's huge. She's accusing Democrats of running a shadow government through a maze of NGOs, a coordinated machine designed to weaken, bypass, and eventually overthrow the constitutional republic. This isn't campaign drama. It's a direct warning to the entire country. People need to stop jumping on Democrat, Republican, thinking it's political. This is a fight for our country. It has nothing to do with your political status. Saturday, November 29, 2 more Somalia immigrants have been caught stealing millions of dollars from taxpayers in Minnesota. The Somalians falsely claiming to help 250 people find housing. Instead, they pocketed American taxpayers' money and laundered it overseas to buy property in Kenya. 2 brothers have now pleaded guilty here in federal court to defrauding Minnesota's housing stabilization program out of millions of dollars. Owner of Leo Human Services admitted in court that his company ripped off taxpayers to the tune of $2.7 million, falsely claiming to help 250 people find housing. When agents raided the property, they found stacks of cash, tens of thousands of dollars hidden under a mattress and in a suitcase beneath the stairs. As part of his plea deal, Assad admitted he used the money he fraudulently billed to buy property in Kenya. Both brothers face 4 to 5 years in prison. Saturday, November 29th, Ilhan Omar panicking. You can't deport me, but as a naturalized citizen, fraud could strip her of everything. The White House on Telegram. Ilhan Omar just went on a smug rant. You can't deport an American citizen, but hold up, she's right, kinda. Natural-born citizens can't, but naturalized ones like her, absolutely, if fraud's involved. Yeah, and she married her brother, so, Fellow immigrant calls her out. You're cocky, ungrateful, and biting the hand that feeds you. As a Zambian turned American, he slams her for putting Somalia first while trashing the USA. Allegations, lied on citizenship app, omitted facts, committed fraud, now facing criminal probes that could revoke her status via denaturalization. America gave you wealth, platform, and power. Somalia oppresses women. Why aren't you there if you love it so much? Disrespect to Trump? You talk about him like shite under your shoe. You don't deserve to be here. The cracks are showing. Elon. Trump's radar's locked on. And if Homeland Security digs into your shady dealings, fraud, embezzlement, community scams, it's game over. Yeah, she's on Trump's list. The 10 days of darkness will run from Friday, December 5th, 2025 to Monday, December 15th, 2025, where traditional communication channels will darken and verified QFS-linked devices will remain active. Those who have completed biometric registration will retain access to operational updates, truth broadcasts, and secure system indicators, while the rest of the world experiences the shutdown without explanation. Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 212F. Whenever the president finds that the entry of an aliens or any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may, by proclamation, and for such period as he shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. Saturday, November 29th, it was just exposed George Soros funded the NGO who paid for the settlement of National Guard shooter Romanula Lackenwall in Washington State. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Elon Musk warned everyone about George Soros, and don't forget his son Alex Soros, who's probably the one running everything. He fundamentally hates humanity. He's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. This was paid for with American tax dollars from USAID. Soros actually, he is, I believe, the top contributor to the Democratic Party. The GOP still refuses to do anything about the Soros family. Saturday, November 29th. Good vibes around Trump today. The Q detectives on Telegram. Trump announced that the U.S. will very soon begin ground operations, expanding recent naval and air-based actions. With this move, the U.S. claims it has already cut seaborne trafficking by about 85%, and now aims to stop them by land also. As a result, many supporters see this as a strong message on national security and sovereignty, a sign that Trump is acting decisively to protect American citizens from drug-related threats. For his base, this ups the stakes. Trump shows readiness to escalate tough anti-narcotics measures if needed, reinforcing his image of law and order and America First leadership. Saturday, November 29th, Obama investigation. Administration officials have reportedly been interviewed by the FBI and are cooperating with the U.S. Attorney's Office to build the seditious conspiracy case against former President Barack Obama in exchange for immunity from prosecution. This is why Obama's own people have been publicly speaking out against him. And the Obamas recently purchased a home in and moved a large chunk of their assets to the UK. They know that the walls are closing in. United States of America versus Barack Hussein Obama is going to be the trial of the century. Saturday, November 29th, Donald Trump confirmed tonight Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar committed immigration fraud, married her brother. This confirms Benny Johnson's sources inside the Department of Homeland Security, who say she married her brother. It's time to deport Ilhan Omar. Trump, the worst congressman woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally, in that you are not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated. Benny Johnson. I've heard from top sources at the Department of Homeland Security that there is demonstrable evidence of Ilhan Omar marrying her brother for U.S. citizenship. Saturday, November 29th, the Tartaria revelation that cannot be stopped. A cold wind is moving through history tonight, carries a truth that has been buried longer than any empire on record. Russia has opened the door that no one expected to ever see unlocked. For the first time, the sealed Tartaria archives are no longer a myth, whispered on the edges of forbidden research. They are real, public, undeniable. And with one stroke, Putin has forced the world to confront everything that was erased. A hidden civilization, a missing chapter, an entire empire wiped from the global memory without a trace. This revelation is not about nostalgia. It is about power. A nation cannot rise without knowing what was stolen from its past. And Russia has decided that the narrative written by foreign hands is over. The old textbooks, the imported doctrines, the filtered versions crafted by Western institutions are being pushed aside. A new historical framework is emerging, one that restores the 5,000 lost years that vanished during the shift to the Romanov calendar. The release of the Tartaria maps is the first signal that the forbidden history of the northern world is stepping back into the light. Tartaria was not a footnote. It was a continental force stretching from the Urals to Alaska and from the Arctic territories down toward Tibet. Its people were disciplined, spiritual, fiercely loyal, and rooted in a moral code that shaped everything from governance to family bonds. They lived in harmony across vast distances, united through a shared heritage and an unbreakable respect for ancestry. Even the earliest Encyclopedia Britannica recorded its colossal reach before the empire mysteriously disappeared from later editions, as if someone wanted the world to forget the scale of what was once stood there. The silence surrounding Tartaria has always been suspicious. How does the largest empire on our early world maps simply vanish? How do millions of people fade from the official record? Why does an entire civilization get swallowed by the blank pages of modern education? The sudden absence has never made sense. And now with Russia reopening these archives, the question can no longer be dismissed. A missing piece of humanity's story is being restored, and every historian who once ignored it must now face a truth they were never prepared to confront. Human civilization is a puzzle, and Tartaria has always been the missing section that prevented the full picture from forming. The unveiling of these archives is more than a national act, it is a global turning point, a signal that suppressed history is returning and that the old gatekeepers no longer control the narrative. What rises now is a story that belongs to all of us, a story that was taken, hidden, and finally allowed to breathe again. The resurrection of Tartaria is not merely a correction of the past, it is a reminder that truth cannot stay buried forever, no matter who tries to silence it.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So it seems like, just like I warned earlier this week, that we probably see the Venezuelan strike start on this weekend. Trump today warned that the airspace is closed around Venezuela. And he also said that land strikes were going to start soon. So it sounds like this weekend, probably tonight sometime, 0:30, usually the way it works. But that's kind of like, now that I'm saying it, who knows? You reveal the stuff, and I don't think it's going to matter. Trump can go in there anytime and hit them. It doesn't matter. At this point, they're pretty certain that he's coming. So high tensions, mystery as Venezuela's president's jet heads for Brazil border after Trump declared country's airspace completely closed. Now, of course, Brazil would give Maduro sanction, or let him come into their country, because Brazil is a cartel-run country as well. So we're probably going to see, like I've said, Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, maybe Nicaragua, and maybe, who knows, Mexico are going to probably go down. Right? They're going to be the people who are running their cartels from those government positions or whatever, president positions are going to go, and we're probably going to see that Sheinbaum, I think, is she's ready to bail, I believe. So I think we just saw Maduro bail. So we will see Lula bail from Brazil. I think that's going to take a little bit more time, but Colombia, we'll see the president Colombia bail. It could happen, guys. So this comes after Donald Trump declared Venezuela's airspace is closed in its entirety, after he vowed U.S. land strikes will start very soon. So it looks like it's on. We've talked about this. We've been talking about Mexico going down for a long time, and it looks like we're going to get a lot of countries are going to go down, because it's they're bringing drugs into America now. That's probably one of the reasons why the liberals have gone full retard mode, because they know that this strike is coming, which is going to take away their source of income, which is the drug trafficking, human trafficking. So once both of those are taken away from the liberal community, they have no more income source. So they're gonna riot. They've tried to riot already. It didn't work out so good. People are just like, I don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is look at some other things going on. Afghan national arrested days after DC terror attack for threatening to bomb Fort Worth. Also came in the country under Biden's refugee program following disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. So this comes after the 29-year-old Afghan national that was trained by the CIA, and he came into America, wasn't vetted. This guy wasn't vetted. He went on to TikTok, and he says he was arrested Tuesday after posting a video of himself on TikTok indicating he was building a bomb with an intended target of the Fort Worth area. Mohammed Dawood is charged at the state level with making a terrorist threat, according to Department of Homeland Security. So like I said, we're just getting started with this. We have millions of people like this, thousands of terrorist level people that are here. It's going to get wacky. We said that. Said it for a while, and here it comes. Now let's look at this one video with Alex Jones. I think it's very insightful of the mentality of a lot of the liberals that are out there, and they're trying to push a civil war. Like I've said before, I don't see a civil war, but I do see some fighting in the big cities, and the big cities are going to be destroyed because of it. All right. So let's watch a little bit of this.
Again, throughout these clips. Go ahead and roll it.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for?
News, National Guard member just got shot today, and that shit it's a good fucking wake up. So now, y'all know your job title is no longer oppressing people. You can get belt to your ass too. It could be you too. So I hope it's harder for you to sleep at night, and I hope you stand on your motherfucking swivel as you refuse to quit serving this motherfucking dictator whose illegal orders to keep you all in DC are unconstitutional anyway. Think about it.
Are you ready to see some just fucking disgusting shit?
Shout out to the patriot who kirked 2 federal agents near the White House. This is exactly how we need to be dealing with violent dictatorships.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Dante, or not Dante.
All right. So what you're seeing here basically is the liberals are going, like I said, full retard. They're celebrating it. All right. And so these are just a few people that are celebrating it. You go on and you do a search, and it's like, well, the Democrats basically support the military. Bullshit. All right. I've never seen that in my entire career. All right. 35 years in the military and in the CIA. Anyone that was a Democrat did not like the military.
That's Dante Bastian, and I usually don't like calling people out by like their actual name, but fuck this guy. Dante is a station specialist at Hearst Media Production. So I actually have a question for Hearst. Is this really the people you have working for you? Do you understand how fucking bad that makes your company look? You have people working for you that advocate and celebrate the murder of military members. Fuck Dante Bastian, and fuck Hearst Media Production for letting that fucking idiot work there. And it's crazy too, because I never thought I would see people on the left actually celebrating the murder of military members. But you guys actually do. You do celebrate that shit. Now, I'm not going to say all Democrats are domestic terrorists, because they're not. But a lot of the people that support the Democrats, I feel like there's a very high probability that they are domestic terrorists.
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited...
So this woman right here, CIA background, and she warned about the military. And what do we have? We have a CIA trained. Did she know something? And a CIA trained terrorist, basically. Now, this is dog whistling, guys. They're telling us what's coming.
Video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors, telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, it's to create a color revolution. It is the CIA playbook for trying to foment insurrection from within the military and within the CIA. Look,
All right, so this is what they did in Ukraine, guys. They did a color revolution in Ukraine, and they're trying to do the same playbook here in the United States. So we are about to go in and, knock the hell out of Venezuela, and at the same time, they're going to try this color revolution because they know this was coming. So they waited. White Hats waited back and forth, trying to like find that right time frame, and the time frame is now. Now, when these liberal clowns start their perceived civil war, there will be a huge blowback on that from the American people. Just like there was a huge blowback to them trying to attempt this new rioting over like National Guard troops in cities and so forth. It didn't play well, right? And once they go, full Monte and start to, which is coming, the blowback on the Democrat Party, like I've been saying for a long time, is going to be absolutely severe, and the Democrat Party will go away, right? And who knows, maybe the Republican Party too. So neither one of the parties, in my opinion, are working for the American people. Just let me give you something like it is simple as can be. And I've said this before, but I need to get down simple, right? So you can go, these clowns, none of them do anything for us. They're just there stealing money from us and getting insider trading info so they can enrich themselves. So how many people every year are sick and tired of the time changes? It's like 70 to 80% of Americans for decades have been calling for this to stop. There have been some states like Arizona which basically stopped it. Probably that's what needs to happen. Every state just needs to do it. Pass legislation, stop changing the clocks. It screws up everybody's circadian cycles. I don't think if they really did an honest study, they would find from this stupid clock changing bullshit. That right there. So most Americans want that to stop, and they promise they're going to do it, and they never do. That's the most basic thing they can do, and they don't do it because they know it screws with us. That's all. That's what they're all about, So when I say Democrat Party is going to go away, I don't like either party. I don't like either one of them. But the Democrat Party is full on retard mode, trying to destroy America, leftist, communist craziness, right? It's got to be stopped. It's got to be stopped hard, and it needs to stop right now. So very, very frustrating, I know, for you and for me. President Trump halts immigration from all third world countries, demands green card audits. So 10 to 13 million people need to go away, need to be gotten the hell out of America. All right. They need to like have a whole airline or something just set up to like start getting them out every day. Should be like hundreds of thousands are out of here every day. Right. We're about ready to go into war, guys, because of all these illegal aliens that are here. Most of them, not all of them, of course. So it is a problem. And if we don't fix it, they're going to fix us. And that's something that me and other military experts are going to do a roundtable about the Muslim threat. All right. So the Muslim threat is obviously raising its head. Now, one thing I like to do is share with you the things that will keep you calm during times of stress. And so the Black Friday and the Cyber Monday, all the way to Cyber Monday sale on LifeWaves patches, right? So you got great deals here. Definitely want to get in there and take advantage of that. Now, if you're not a brand partner, as you're seeing in this special right here, you're going to pay a lot more. So there's a special, whether you're a retail customer or you're not a brand partner. How do you become a brand partner? Go to my site, $25 to line it up, or you can pay a little bit more and get patches, but just become a brand partner and then come over and get the discount, right? And then start. You can get up to 5 of these patches, these groups of patches, bundles. It's a great deal. Another patch bundle that's out there that you want to take advantage of is this one. All right. So, no, not that one. This one. So, all right. So here it is. Again, you can share if you're already a member. You can share and get a lot of points. But also with the X49 Ice Wave, which is good for pain, energy enhancer, and then also the Y-Age system. So as you guys can see, retail that's a huge savings right there, but an even greater savings as a subscriber or member. All right. So join LifeWave and be better. All right. So lots of ways to move forward. So drug overdose through the roof in America right now. I'm going to share the screen on this one. As you guys know that, my son overdosed, unfortunately. So I'm very passionate about this. It's out of control. So during the Biden administration, now they're starting to come down. Trump has shut the border. So we're having drug overdoses have decreased, but as you guys can see, it accelerated to an incredible level. The numbers of, so if you look at, let me share the screen. We'll share it with this. Was 7,085. We have more. That's the entire time from October 2001 to February 2027, and that's over almost 25 years. So shutting down the border, going after the cartels. This is why we have to do it. It's just that the cartels are delivering to us and overtaking our communities than we do for military action over 25-year periods, guys, every year. So that's one of the reasons why we have to go after them. So President Trump is doing the hard thing. No one else has been able to do this or was willing to do this, or because, their parties, Democrat and Republican, were making money off of it. So violent crime, 1,339 shootings, 5,267 robberies, and 16,408 felonies. Now, in Memphis, National Guard went into Memphis, and in 2 months, they almost cut the crime rate in half. Now, why don't they want it to happen in Chicago? Because they're blocking National Guard troops from coming into Chicago. Again, because they're cartel controlled and owned. Just like Mexico, Sheinbaum. She has to do what the cartels tell her. Same thing in Chicago and the mayor and the governor. Same thing in California. Same thing in New York. They're all controlled by cartels, guys. So that's why they're fighting to keep their illegal aliens, because it gives protection for the cartel members that have come in illegally, right? So that's the bigger picture on that, and that's why we really have to do these military strikes that are coming, very possibly this weekend, right? So, so I told you the Iraq numbers were 7,000. That's way more die every year in drug overdoses, fentanyl. So my son died from fentanyl poisoning. He was a drug addict for over 10 years. So he would have a little bit of fentanyl, and that's why a lot of the people that do drugs now, they use a little fentanyl. Now imagine if you're an alcoholic and fentanyl was slipped into your drink. They've been putting it and all drugs. So what addicts do is they make sure they get a little bit of fentanyl so they can build resistance to it. So my son was clean for a long time, for I think 8 months. So he had never been that clean that long, and then he slipped and went back, and I thought it was clean. I went and checked on him. Everything, he seemed good, the facade was good. And then I was going back to check on him again because something seemed a little bit off. And before I got there, I got the call as I was getting ready to leave to go visit him, and I heard that he had been found deceased. So because he hadn't been using it in a long time, just a little bit of fentanyl and the drugs, and boom, you're gone. So that's what's happening to a lot of Americans. The fentanyl death rate is over the top, right? Afghanistan is a lot less than Iraq. And it's like 2,456 service members were killed over the entire 20 years of the Afghan time frame. And now U.S. contractors. So I was a contractor, but I wasn't fighting. But there were U.S. contractors. Same thing in Iraq. A lot of they don't usually put the contractor numbers in there. But anyway, you could take all of those, and it's not the same amount. That's why we're going to kick some ass, guys. It's pretty pure and simple. So we have to go out and we have to do this on a massive level. They're controlling our governments. That's why we have crime, crazy crime, because they use that as a cover to do their illegal activities. Because everybody's so focused on the stupid idiots that are out there doing the crimes, and they're like, just let them go again. Everybody's looking at there, and while we're doing this over here. So you know how that works. Seen this all over the world. And very frustrating that's happening. Very tragic that it's happening here in America. Hits close to home for me, obviously, but also hits close to home for me because I lost a lot of friends in these conflicts over decades. So I don't know if anyone's explained it like this before, but this is why we're going to war. This is why we're going to kick the ass out of Venezuela, and you should be happy about that, and Brazil, but it's not just us. There's going to be other people get involved. You'll see. It's going to happen very quickly. There are forces that are ready to switch sides and clean house. And of course, the people of those countries are sick and tired of being run by cartels. We don't want to end up like those countries. But in some of our states, it's already like that. Illinois is already like that. New York's already like that. Oregon's already like that. Washington State's already like that. California's already like that. So, it could go on and on. We have lots of states here that are compromised. So, in some ways, I guess you could say there's going to be a civil war because there's going to be a civil war against those cartel members. And it's not against the citizens. The citizens are going to get the hell out of there. And they're probably going to fight those idiots that are, doing stupid. And they're going to get cleaned up. In the countryside, it's going to be a snap, right? They're going to come into the countryside. I know a lot of you guys I'm out in my farm. You will be the first target because you'll be very easy and they'll come get a lot of food from you. And it's going to be very ugly for a lot of people in some of these farm communities, I believe. So you guys need to really have your pow-pows and your bullets and have a plan that you work together in case these guys, same thing in the city, right? So they'll come neighborhood to neighborhood, house to house, neighborhood to neighborhood. And the police force will be occupied in another event somewhere. They'll send 100 cars to one major event and everything else is wide open. And that's when they're going to hit, right? Super stupid simple. I've seen it in the Middle East over and over and over again. It's does no one learn? Well, Americans are going to learn. They're going to learn the hard way, and they're going to learn. But Americans learn fast, and then it's going to be bad on the people that start this. All right, it's coming though, guys. It's coming. You got to be aware. You got to be ready. And when it hits, it's 444 right now where I'm at. So it's and I just whatever my phone just like lit up and it was like 444. The angels are like, listen to Mike, right? Listen to Mike. All right, guys. It's game time. If it does kick off this weekend, we could see economic. They'll pull the plug on the economy, stock market, banks, everything, and so that's the way it's going to end up. All right, I guess somebody doesn't want me to play anymore, so they're like, oh, there we go. Hello, baddies out there. So it's definitely going to be big wake up calls for big cities, right? And you know, I did a military roundtable just the other day. Joshua Reed and Alpha Warrior, and so all of us are from separate groups, and I've also done military roundtables with lots of other professionals all over the world, and high-ranking generals and so forth. Everybody, guys, is saying it's going to come for the big cities. All right. So I think Trump and his team have said that we're probably going to lose like so many cities, and that's because that's the way it works. The Muslim crazy cats are going to like take over these cities, guys. Now they already have some cities. Michigan, you know, we got a lot of problems in Michigan, and some other cities, right? So states, but we're gonna have to clean that up. We're gonna have to clean it up. If they're not loyal to the United States, they got to go, right? So we're going to see a lot of that, and load them up and get them out. Load them up and get them out as fast as we can, because they're going to be a problem until we start doing it. So there's going to be a lot of stuff going on, military tribunals, and you're not going to worry. You're not going to care about. Well, some of you will still about Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Barack Obama is running to UK, right? So I've said this for a long time. They can run, but they can't hide, and we'll find them. Okay, guys, lots of craziness to come. Let's hope it doesn't happen like this. I hope it doesn't happen like this. I hope it's like, you know, beautiful harp music, and everybody just gets along, right? And we just all have a drink together, and it's like, okay. And those that don't drink, we'll get some nice juice for them or whatever, right? So, all right. You know the deal. Stay in the love vibration. It opens up your field of consciousness to information that you wouldn't normally be aware of. Some of you are working in that that third, you know, the second brain. So the gut feeling, you get a gut, you know, you get that gut. Your gut doesn't feel right in my gut. Something's tightening up, and I know a lot of military veterans are like that. But the highest level of consciousness will be the brain and the heart coherence. All right. So the analytical, it's pretty much the masculine, feminine. All right. The feminine, the heart, and then the masculine, the analytical side of the brain. So this is going to be very interesting going forward. And on top of that, we got like earth changes coming in. I haven't even like talked about that in several days, and that's getting wacky and crazy. So hopefully next show I'll be able to focus on it. All right, guys, lots of love, stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on November 21st, 2025. By now, the vast majority of the people in the West and the world are very, very angry and sick and tired of the ruling class and their fake show pretending to be a government. And it really is time to do something about it, but we need to understand the scale of the problem. There are about 1 million members of this satanic cult that understand that they're a small minority concentrated in positions of power. Now here's one person who we need to get rid of right away. Take a look at this video of Kash Patel lying under oath.
No credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one
For the information that we have.
in the files.
MBS is 6 feet tall. This guy is obviously shorter, so it's not Trump. Because remember, Trump is 6'3", the real one, who's been missing since June. So remember, if you're in the military and replaced by a fraud, and notice that in the video that he's been given a hacksaw by MBS. That's the sort of a hint. You know, they remember they chopped up that Washington Post columnist Khashoggi. Well, he's saying yeah, and Democratic Party lawmakers who are all military veterans because they told the military not to commit war crimes, not to obey orders that are, criminal. And he says execute them. All right? They're desperate, they're dangerous, and they're fake. And this is a process that's been going on for a very long time. And Canada's just as bad. Here's another clip I want you to see. This is the Canadian anthem being turned off by the police. Gained all this power because they create money out of nothing and put us into debt. The result is people, can no longer afford to buy houses. Their living standards are collapsing. And in the United States now, there's 1 million job shortages for people like mechanics, engineers, people who work in the real world are not available. Everyone's just being a YouTuber, and that's not the way to run an economy. Right now, the West is bankrupt, and it's going to keep getting bankrupt, and they're going to keep trying to beg China for money. And I'm asking the Chinese, do not lend money to these people. Let them go bankrupt. This needs to be done. We need to shut down their control of the financial system and this stock market, hallucination. And now, here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a young Canadian explaining how he can't possibly afford to buy a house. Just listen.
Our generation is cooked. We're going to be living in our parents' basements until we're 35 because I just spent $30 on 2 boxes of cereal and milk. Like, how do you expect me to move out of my house when that is 2 hours of work right there? That's equivalent to 2 hours of my life is 2 boxes of cereal and some milk. Absolutely ridiculous. Welcome to the Liberal government of Canada.
So this is what our leadership has done. They've destroyed the West, and it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. I was very disappointed that they managed to get money to keep their whole show going on until January. But we need the military to act, and they need to act as soon as possible. Now, the other thing was told by military intelligence that the reason why they flip-flopped on the Epstein file release is that suddenly, first they say, oh yeah, it's horrible, it's on my desk, we're going to release all the videos. Then they say, oh no, it's a fake, it doesn't exist. Now they say, yes, we're going to release them, but I've been told by military intelligence, people who have access to the files, that they're making sure that no powerful people will appear in the files that are going to be released. So you will not see a video of Bernie Sanders raping a 4-year-old child, which we have eyewitness testimony to. All that is going to be deleted. So no, this is not going to work. And the other thing is we need to call out the fact that, these are actors, okay? We have several actors playing Trump, and we need to go after the people who are giving them their scripts. And these are people who try to hide in the background, like the Agnelli family, or Victor Emmanuel, the would-be emperor of Rome, or the, Jean-Michel de Rothschild pretending to be Brigitte Macron. These are the kind of people we need to drag out in chains and put in jail. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu. He is a war criminal, mass murderer. He needs to go. It's time to take action. I call upon the military and the police to immediately demand action, and any superior who's blocking them is compromised, because no sane military man unless they were compromised. So if you find someone in your chain of command who refuses to take action, arrest them. You're legally allowed to do that because they're breaking the law. Okay, it's time to end this. We're all very, very angry, and this cannot go much longer. You know, if it does, we're all going to be working for the Chinese. That's what's going to happen. We have the potential to, you know, put China, have China eat our dust, because if the West reverts to, you know, seeking the truth, using the scientific method, meritocracy, we would way outperform the Chinese. But as things stand now, it's the opposite. Most U.S. corporations now depend on Chinese money. That's what it's come to. So please, take action. And I ask, in particular, Colonel Douglas Macgregor to call his military contacts and just march into Mar-a-Lago and all those other places and just round these people up. Enough is enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What do you think is up with Kash Patel? I don't think I've ever seen a politician where the guilt is so visibly on his face. Do you think he's on the Epstein list, or do you think he's being blackmailed? What's Kash's deal?
Well, I don't know exactly what they have on him, but his behavior is obviously not the behavior of someone who should be in charge of the FBI. He is protecting criminals, so he has to go, and we will find out what exactly they've got on him. But his actions are criminal, and this has been publicly proven, and he needs to go. If you're in the FBI, march into his office and handcuff him. We'll back you up. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you update us on what's going on in Mexico in last week's in Monday's report?
Well, I contacted some Mexican sources about this, and they told me that about 100 guardsmen were injured trying to protect the palace. They were overrun, and now they're staging nationwide strikes. It's an ongoing situation, but there's a media blackout. I mean, they're still putting this shine bomb on the TV screens, making it look like everything's normal. But I understand that Mexico is in a state of full revolt. And yo quiero decir Viva Mexico to the Mexicans. Next question.
Evan, do you have any information as to what's going on with the civil war in Sudan? Also, do you think there will be military investment?
I'm going to have to look into that more, but my understanding of what's happening in Sudan is that there is one group that's trying to, you know, get the resources for the Khazarian mafia, but I need to do more research. I'll try to put that in my report next week. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another year coming to a close now, 2025, and still no end of the war in sight. Just another familiar story about how they found a way to fund themselves and kick the can down the road until January 31st. I'm very sick of hearing the terms kick the can and move to the goalposts. It really is getting old. It's also very concerning that you have to repeatedly say on these videos the military needs to get off their butts and arrest these people. Exactly who in the military are you directing these instructions to?
I have, you know, contacts with military intelligence, and they have, you know, it's a large faction that provides, you know, intelligence and many of the videos that we post exposing the cabal. But I've specifically asked the head of MI6 to take action, and also I've reached out to Colonel Douglas Macgregor, and he needs to, you know, get off his butt and you know, get the military to move. Also, Archbishop Carlo Vigano needs to contact his people to get the Italian black nobility off the backs of the military, because that's where the problem seems to, you know, lead to. It goes to Italy and the black nobility. So maybe Archbishop Vigano can help. But everybody who knows someone in the military needs to take personal action and ask them that they do something. Enough is enough. But yeah, I do constantly say, why don't you do stuff? And it's always about money. So we somehow have to get the fountain of money away from these people so that the military can get their paychecks without having to obey Satanists. And that means sending troops into the headquarters of BlackRock, into the Federal Reserve Board, and into the BIS to take away their magic money machine. And that will end this show. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Per Bobby Kennedy's comments in your weekly report about the chemtrails, he acknowledges that they exist, but tried to act as if he has no idea where these flights originate. I have seen a video of a woman who has found the pilots and the company being paid to perform these flights. At what point is it within legal limits for us citizens to perform arrests on these people?
Well, I think that if we all start arresting them, and you have a right to make a citizen's arrest if you find someone, catch them in the act of committing a crime. That's what we all need to do. We all need to take action. There's so many of these people that unless we all personally take action when we see something that we can make citizens arrest, you have that right. Let's get these people out of power. We're all sick and tired and angry, and it's enough. I want to see them all, on the docket, war crimes tribunals, and we need to make sure never, ever again does such a thing happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Joshua Reed and Alpha Warrior. Oh, my God. These guys are blowing up the internet. Oh, my God. Their shows are like get hundreds of thousands of views now. I'm so proud of you guys. You guys are like revealing so much great info and intel and truth. Wow. You guys are amazing. So this should be an amazing show. We have already, like we just discussed just before the show, what all three of us have been talking about, and other like Rodriguez and Scott McKay, we said it's coming. And it came today, guys, in DC. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here, brother. Appreciate it.
All right. Josh, I know you're the man with on a mission with this already. You want to talk about the two, unfortunately, National Guard troops that were shot in DC in critical position.
So we were having a conversation earlier about the seditious six. And this is the senators and congressmen who were former military and intelligence that came out and said, don't obey unlawful orders. And everybody's thinking that, they're telling the military to subvert orders of their commanders. And I said, no. This is a scapegoat narrative. This is psychological warfare. They are setting up the narrative for something that's about to happen. What they're doing right now, and if we have to look at it like this, is what immediately happened after the seditious six. The White House, Trump administration, they immediately doubled down and said, no, you will obey direct orders from the commander-in-chief. Well, this set the precedent. What happens today? You get two National Guard soldiers shot in D.C. The guy looks like a terrorist. That's just my thought. This is probably going to be treated as a terrorist. If we went from ThreatCon Bravo to ThreatCon Charlie with the military, that means that an event happened, a terrorist event happened.
Well, on that too, Josh, you had less than a half an hour ago, Mayor DC Browser, however you say your name, she came out and confirmed this was a targeted National Guard attack.
Yep. So on the hits of that, the few things that we have to look at is I was talking to Alpha. I said, we're going to have a false flag operation here. And what it's going to do is it's going to prompt and initiate the Insurrection Act. So they are trying to push Donald Trump into the Insurrection Act. And then this is what you will most likely see happen. You'll see an order come down from a battalion commander or somebody in a command control position. And it's going to be, shoot all protesters in Chicago. Now, I'm obviously, making this up, but I'm saying this is what potentially could happen. And they could give National Guard troops the order to shoot. And then what happens is they start shooting civilians, Americans. This sparks national outrage. They say the orders came down from President Trump. And then the Democrats come out there and say, I told you, you should have disobeyed those unlawful orders. And now they have everything to hang Donald Trump with, to impeach him, prosecute him, and remove him from office. This is the beginning of a color revolution. And what they're trying to do is spark a civil war, but in the same instance, remove Donald Trump. This is exactly, if we remember this, Brennan, 2014, went in. His financier for the CIA was Eric Ciccamorella. If people remember Eric Ciccamorella, he was the national security asset on the Ukraine phone call, the perfect phone call with Donald Trump and Zelensky that filed the whistleblower complaint with Vindman. Okay, so Eric Ciccamorella, he funded the Maidan massacre in Ukraine that Brennan operated under the guise of the CIA because they knew that this would spark a color revolution and the people to rise up against Yanukovych and bring in Poroshenko, which is exactly who they wanted installed. That's exactly what happened. And we are seeing the same inklings happening right now. And in the left, the radical left, they are playing their playbook to a T. They are just checking off the boxes.
Yep.
And what we have is I think we got some good people in place. I do. But then we also have some, I believe, infiltration and bad actors in place. We have Susie Wiles, we know, the chief of staff, who is out there putting, withholding information and intelligence from Donald Trump. We know we have John Ratcliffe over the CIA, who's an incompetent fool, who's taking orders from what I hear from the Mossad and just feeding Donald Trump bullcrap information. You got Pam Bondi, who's dragging her feet because she doesn't want the establishment to be taken down and their processes and methods of infiltrating organizations and financiers to be known. So she's going to just step on prosecuting these people. So we're in a very critical position here. And I want people to know that Alpha, myself, you, we've all been talking about some type of false flag operation. I've been talking about this for 5 years. I call it the firestorm. And this is what we are seeing right now rising up. We are right at the foot of this. And so this is the warning that everybody out there is that we have to act now.
I have a slight deviation from the theory that Josh has, but they end up in the same end result. And the way I see it as a potential, and actually these either work can be a contingency for these deep state actors. And I kind of see it as in when the Seditious Six went out and did this, they kind of cornered Trump that no matter what moves he makes, it's going to backfire on him. You have the one that Josh this laid out. The other one is we know that they have infiltration. And we got solid information today that we're not talking thousands, but we're talking tens of thousands that have infiltrated. And that number shocked me. I knew it was high. I didn't realize it was going to be that high. So that, that's kind of adjusted my game theory on some of these things too. But if you have these players that are on, whether it be Antifa or whatever, riot side, and we know that you have some of this infiltration into our military, and you put them in a situation of DC, they can control and create the scenario where you have an American, at least optically, an American civilian that's shot at by a military member. And then that brings us right into the conversation that Josh outlined, where now you're gonna have the Seditious Six say, see, this is what we said would happen. This is what we told you was going to happen. And then again, this leads to the end result, the 25th, an impeachment, something to turn against President Trump on this. At the same time, you have multiple members that are names of notoriety in the Republican Party, whether it's MTG, whether it's Massey, people that have pulled a lot of support, at least optically. A lot would argue that, what it's showing isn't really reflecting what's organic, but nonetheless, because we know mainstream media, the Mockingbird media, that's what they're doing. This is the PSYOP for the PSYOPs. And so I would just tell people is you have to use your judgment and discernment on what you're going to see unfold. And I'll give it back to you, Josh or Mike on this. Me and Josh were in Florida about 2 weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks ago. And we had the opportunity to speak with some very important people while we were there. And one of the sets of information that we got prior to us leaving was that the next 6 to 7 weeks were going to be wild. And 2 days after that conference concluded, we got the Clinton Foundation bring up to the surface, which was tied into the Haiti. And we're like, dang, okay, here we go. This is going to be fast. Then we have the Seditious Six. We have the case against Comey being dropped. We have the case against Letitia James being dropped. Letitia should be able to stand on its own merits when it comes back. There's questions surrounding Comey. There's a lot going on right now. And what my concern is, and I think me and Josh kind of talked about this, and this is why we're so shocked when the National Guard incident happened, is we said they are setting up a false flag event right now. That they're going to do something. And literally, what was it, 2 hours later, Josh? We see the National Guard story, and we're like, okay, they're when you do it on the small scale, why do they do that? Because they're checking the temperature of the court of public opinion. How are people going to respond to this incident? Do we got to push more propaganda, or do we already have people on the edge of outrage? And if we have people already on the edge of outrage, then we can deploy the massive false flag that we have planned.
So we also have Eric Swalwell, I think less than 2 hours ago. He said that he claims U.S. military members have privately told him they are prepared to save us from President Trump. So they're all in. They're coming from every single angle on this.
That's dangerous, Mike. Well,
the FBI should be calling him up and saying, "You need to come talk to us and tell us who told you that."
Yeah.
So it's getting pretty crazy.
Well, then you have the billboards. Did you see these billboards that are going out there?
Oh my God, who paid for that? I want to know that too.
Right, and the billboards are pointing to a website. When you go to the website, they're telling you to download the Signal app. They're telling you to remain anonymous, use Proton Mail to contact them, and they're looking for military members. They're recruiting directly in the military.
Yeah, it's really getting out of control, and I think it's going to false flag. This is the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a trying time right now. We knew that at some point in Donald Trump's presidency this year that they were going to wage some type of warfare. We knew that they were going to come out. We knew that they were going to start setting the narrative. And we've been watching this very, very closely. That's one of the reasons why we got this show and it's hot all over the place. We're watching the narrative. We're calling it out. And literally after our show, a day after our show, all of this stuff is happening. And we're like, here it is. It's coming. And, I want to let people know that there's moves and counter moves. This is game theory at its finest. And I know that some people would argue, well, this isn't 4D or 5T chess. And, I get that. But when you start to look at what is actually being done, it quite literally is. This is unrestricted warfare at its finest. And this is moves and counter moves, whether it's by Trump, the DOD Hegseth and Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, or whether it's by our enemies, Venezuela, Cuba, you have China, you have the UK, you have MI6, which is the big part of this. I mean, I don't think many people see the shadow hand that is moving around the world. We just had Lara Logan come out with this groundbreaking interview with Ralph and Gary talking about the 2020 election and how this was taken. And they tie in Cuban foreign intelligence services controlling Venezuela and the Cartel de Sols, and how the Cartel de Sols owns Smartmatic and how Smartmatic is based in London. And then we find the connection there to Lord Mark Malloch Brown, which was CEO of Smartmatic from 2014 to 2020, but he was also a senior executive at the Open Society Foundation, owned by George Soros. Then you go to DNI Tulsi Gabbard's evidence. June 26, 2016, you had this email from Lenny Bernardo of the Open Society Foundations mentioning HRC and Julianne Smith, the foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, talking about how Hillary has gotten on board with producing Russian collusion narrative against Donald Trump. They just don't have any evidence, but they're going to get CrowdStrike and Threat Connect, two cybersecurity companies, to produce it. This is a month later. You have the Alpha Bank modified documents against Donald Trump, connecting him to Russian bank accounts. And where did that come from? Well, directly from that email. I mean, this is direct collusion. And so when we start to look at this, is you see George Soros in the midst of all of this. George Soros NGOs. We have the connection back to George Soros in the UK. We have Lord Mark Malloch Brown, who helped China with the Belt and Roads Initiative all throughout Africa, all throughout Latin America, directing funding to Venezuela from China. You have MI6 directly incorporated into all of this. This is about the old guard trying to stay relevant, trying to stay in control in our constitutional republic, and they have immense amounts of resources.
And they're pressed for time because everything that Josh outlined, Trump has strategically been attacking it. He got China to capitulate to the precursors of fentanyl. He's attacked that. He's completely shut down the southern border, so they're not getting human trafficking and narcotics across that way, which allows us to put our eyes on the ports. So the level of confiscations and arrests at the ports has exponentially gone up. So he's attacking all the resources that they need for the funding of all this. And now you get into a point where you're seeing, Ukraine, you have Zelensky and Putin saying, hey, it looks like we got something here that we're willing to sign. Trump saying, hey, I'm going to go out there if it looks like this is the final one. All this puts pressure on the deep state to say they got to move now. And then on top of that, Trump also, he recognizes midterms are only a hop and a skip away with as far as who's going to announce that running, who's not going to run, where the campaign fund's going to go. He's already started doing his endorsements. So all this puts that window of opportunity for either side, how they're going to react, to be somewhere between December and January. I mean, that's the 60-day window that you have right there.
Wow. Now you guys have this new program on Rumble, DEFCON 0, and it's like I said, it's crushing it. You guys are really Badlands Media. You guys are like really crushing it over there. Hundreds of thousands of views. Amazing information. I got wind of it. I've been following you guys on and off wherever you're at, but that really has sparked a lot of interest in people. Where are you guys getting your intel? I know, Josh, you're like an intel and unbelievable guy, and Alpha, your intel ability. I mean, I've done shows with you, and you're like, yeah, this just came out, and this is what this is. I mean, we've done shows where we're like, yeah, this is bullshit, bullshit. But you guys are like just so ahead of a lot of this stuff. So tell us, what you're seeing. How are you getting this intel, and how is it working for you?
I'll start off and navigate this carefully. One of the funny things is me and Josh, every now and then we'll come across something and we'll make a phone call to each other. And we're like, are we talking to the same person? So we'll kind of laugh. And a lot of times it's, there's, no one's giving us classified information. Just want to be, very, very clear about that. But people are seeing, you have very smart people that can go to any of the channels or social media where me and Josh operate, and they can look at, the past, 7 days, 21 days, 90 days, 6 months, and they can kind of derive from that and granted, I'm sure, AI analytics and assessments are in play here. They can kind of see, okay, where's Alpha going? Where's Josh going? And when they're together, their collaboration of thought, where's that take them? And I think what that does is they say, okay, these guys are on the right path. Let's give them some more information on what they're doing here. And what we've noticed is when they provide us some information, they don't tell us, hey, well, sometimes they say, hey, this is, like we were given a specific timeline, the next 6 to 7 weeks, but it's not always like that. Sometimes it's, hey, check this out, or hey, reevaluate your thought here, which then makes us start to do a little bit more research.
Or retract your statement.
Or you were a little off right here on this one, and you might want to go study this manual here. And then we'll go look and we'll be like, that's what we miss.
So Michael, I'll tell you a little story. This is kind of funny, and I'm not going to mention any names, but I was telling this. Sometimes I get dates mixed up and I get little details just mixed up. And I was talking about this nuclear incident that happened in Minot, North Dakota. When a AGM nuclear warhead was on a B-2 bomber and went across the country and nobody noticed. And I said the details wrong. I said it was in 2008. It was really in 2007. I said it was a B-52 bomber. It was a B-2 bomber. And one of the people watching the show, they text a few people, and sure enough, the pilot of the plane saw the video.
Wow.
Came back and corrected the record.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I mean, we got some good contacts, and what I'm saying is there's no classified information. We just have people who are understanding what's happening at a higher level than us, guiding us in the right direction.
And I think one thing Josh will agree with me on, and we actually talked about this last night. It's I think it was last night, the day's blend, but we said what people say is important, but what people don't say is also very important. Yes. And what we've noticed is when me and Josh are off on our information, we'll get corrected, and that correction will come pretty fast. So when we do have a theory or we recognize a pattern and we play out that scenario and we're waiting and the correction doesn't come, we're like, okay, so we must be on the right track here.
Yeah. Give you an example of this is the other day on Sunday night, we had a show and we were discussing Susie Wiles' exit, why Susie Wiles needs to go. Alpha brought up an interview he did with Defender of the Republic on X, where she's talking about the story during the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump was adamant this bill gets passed, but there's 13 Republican holdouts. And he calls them up individually. And he's like, why are you not voting on this bill? And they said, they changed the bill, sir. You didn't get our memo? We sent it over. And apparently they sent the memo over and it went to Susie Wiles, chief of staff, and Susie Wiles never gave it to Trump. And I guess he was infuriated by this. And so we came up and we said, Susie Wiles is out the door. The next day, Paul Sperry on X goes out there and says that insiders inside the White House are saying that Susie Wiles is going to be making an exit, that Trump's going to fire her. And I said, well, this means that Dan Scavino is most likely going to be coming in. This is why they put him in charge of all the hiring and firing inside the executive branch. It's the perfect position prior to being chief of staff. And then the next day, the rumor starts circulating that Kash Patel is going to get fired. Well, this is where it got really interesting because Caroline Leavitt comes out there immediately, the press secretary, and says, Kash Patel's not going to get fired. This is fake news. That's not true. Donald Trump doubles down, takes a picture with Kash. He goes out there, gives an interview, says Kash is great. He's doing a great job. This is what they said. They said Kash isn't going to get fired, but they never said anything about Susie Wiles.
Wow.
They just let
So
it
that's
marinate.
always good when you get like the next day someone repeats what you talk about, because we all do this research and we're all doing a great job. I love it when they come out the next day. Oh yeah, they've confirmed that. But when they don't, like you said, that's a very, very good point. When they don't, when you say something about somebody or something happening and they don't come and dismiss it. Ooh, yeah, that's good too. Very nice. Very nice, guys.
It has been wild, Mike. That's for sure. You know, one of the things that we've been trying to do is, you know, especially when it comes to the Q posts, you know, DEFCON 0 is oriented around Q. And we know that there has been a lot of people that have abused it and used it for, you know, for personal gain. And we know that forget, you know, that's actually the least concern, the people that are grifting off of it. The biggest concern is the formal infiltration into that movement to either, you know, what is the one thing that people use to handicap the Q boards? Oh, you're just sitting around waiting for something to happen, when that has never been the mission of the boards or its intent. But you have people that have infiltrated into that movement to create that. And that's something that's been weaponized to, you know, to pull people away from it or to doubt it. And so one of the things that me and Josh started to recognize was there's a lot of comms happening on X. And so we started having this conversation, you know, privately. We won't go public with something until we're fairly confident in it or we get it from a really good, credible source. And then we started to recognize, okay, let's watch for this and watch for this. And when the things started checking the boxes, we're like, they're communicating on X.
Yeah,
this is where it's happening. So then we said, well, let's test this and let's start putting some stuff out there and see what kind of response we get from, you know, certain officials or certain profiles. And then we started to get those confirmations. And then that's when we were confident. We're like, okay, this is the new place of how communications are going to take place. And then Josh found a very interesting post on the boards of why the communications wouldn't go back there, at least not go back there until it's secured. You want to share that part, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, well, so there's a few major players in kind of how this, and I think a little background on kind of what Q was, or at least from my perspective. So I was researching what Q was before Q ever was, if that makes sense. We were understanding conspiracies back in 2008, 2009, why Ron Paul lost the primaries, how they stole it from him, and why Barack Obama came out of nowhere and all of a sudden got elected. I was active duty during that time. I was stationed at the Washington Navy Yard, right? I was a member of the Oath Keepers. I was running events in organizations down in Washington, D.C. for conservatives and for libertarian groups and patriot groups, and we were meeting with congressmen and senators. We were doing 9/11 Truth mock congresses, right? And so I understood it during this time that there was things happening in the military, things happening in DC, and there was a political uprising, that there was a coup happening against the neocons that we had at that point in time. And one of the things that I learned during this time frame is that military secrets, special access programs, USAPs, unacknowledged special access programs, were being stolen. This is why actually I talk about that Ben Spear incident with Minot, North Dakota, with the AGM nuclear warhead, because I was told by a four-star admiral back in the day in 2009 timeframe. He said, go look at various military incidences and ask yourself, does that seem logical Or is this just what they're reporting to cover up something much bigger? And so that's what I started to do. And I started to see all this alignment that, hey, it appears as if military technology is being stolen. And here's a prime example, and then a connection that is mind-blowing, right? Is that you have Minot, North Dakota. They in August of 2008, they send nuclear triggers. So ICBM nuclear triggers from Minot to the Defense Logistics Agency in Utah. 4 boxes. The 4 boxes arrive at the Defense Logistics Agency, classified technology. They take them in. They mislabel them helicopter batteries, and they put them on a shelf with hundreds of other boxes of helicopter batteries. A few months later, those 4 boxes and only those 4 boxes of helicopter batteries were shipped off to Taiwan. From what we got from it, from what we gathered, and this isn't in the public discourse, is that those 4 boxes were then interdicted by Taiwanese intelligence on their way over to China. And this opened up an investigation in the military, and they started looking in who allowed this to happen. Well, number one, there's a chain of custody when it leaves Minot. Number two, there's a chain of custody when it comes in to the Defense Logistics Agency. The company that was running the Defense Logistics Agency is a company known as EG&G. People will remember that company's name because that is the same company that Bob Lazar worked for in Area 51. They are the ones that ran the Manhattan Project. They're the ones that built Area 51. They're the ones that ran the Janet flights. So I immediately recognized who this company was, and I'm like, they're not going to be handling, nuclear triggers. They're handling other types of technology. So whatever this was something much bigger. And 10 generals got reprimanded and forced into retirement. One of them was Lieutenant General Kevin Sullivan. Now, what's interesting about that is we always talk about intelligence and legacy families within secret programs. Well, the deep state likes legacy families. They like keeping things in the family. And so Kevin Sullivan adopted a son by the name of Jonathan Sullivan, who just happened to be Jaden X, the filmographer, on January 6th in Washington, D.C. in 2021. Now, that's not a coincidence. It's because they keep things in the family. But what I began to see is this operation that was underway. And I kind of mapped it out over the years. But when you get to the Q part, 2017, what you have is a psychological warfare operation designed to wake up America, focused on Christians, on patriots, focused on conspiracy theorists, focused on veterans, to get them to begin to follow breadcrumbs, to research and to investigate, to get out there and speak out about what they are discovering. It came off the hinges of Pizzagate. And it goes back to one of the things General Flynn said in 2016 is that this was an insurgency, folks. This was irregular warfare at its finest. We have an army of digital soldiers. We have to take back the idea of information. And during that point in time, we had a place when digital technology was starting to expand beyond anything we could ever imagine, where we're able to upload 3-minute videos and people consume memes and 124-character tweets or videos. People are moving away from 60-minute news broadcasts and 30-minute news broadcasts. So we had a different way of consuming information, and we all rose up in this time frame. And what Q did is it unlocked the door to investigative research. It opened up the door for us to follow those breadcrumbs and start getting that public information that was buried, that the news media, the mainstream media, would never touch, and begin putting together this puzzle. And it all culminated till after 2020 when the election was stolen, to where we became the media. We are the media now. We are the face figures that people go to for their news. And what are we doing? We are putting it all together. And we got Q to thank for that, because that was the purpose of it. And so when I start to look at other aspects of it, it's a proxy board of communication. It's over 4,000, almost 5,000 posts where you can go in there and you can utilize timestamps, you can use time notes, you can use various different words, anything that has a contextual reference frame for a tweet, and you can send that out on your X profile, and now you can communicate with another person just the way that spies did in Germany, U.S. spies did in Germany, with going out there and throwing communication within a book on a certain page in the library, but giving the signal that the note is in the book in the library by the coffee shop sign being just a little crooked, and only these people know those signals and the signs, and they go in there and they can find the communication, and then they can go decode it, and now they got the information, and it doesn't have to transfer over these types of airwaves. And this is what we're seeing what Q is and was it was a psyop to wake us up, to get us motivated to become the voice of America, to rise up, because there's an aspect of Q called the Keystone, and everybody's like, what is the Keystone? Is it Ukraine, or is it, what is it?
Hold that thought, Josh, because I want to talk about the other part, and Mike, you'll understand this too from when you think about battlefield planning. You have this great apparatus that was just designed that Josh outlined, but how do you get normal everyday Americans there, not just the people that are operating the dark web, but how do you get your teachers, your doctors, your cops, your lawyer, how do you get them there? And this is where you think ambush, and I think this is what's going to come to shock people if we ever get the full complete picture in the end. Not all censorship came from the bad guys.
Nope.
What you saw was all of a sudden our voices were getting deplatformed off of these spaces there, whether it was X or YouTube. So what was the external Q component doing? It was forcing decentralize. So you had, at the time, Twitter and YouTube. Who were they going after? The main voices, the big voices. But all of a sudden, you saw other voices that were like, well, they don't have a big audience. And so you're forcing people to decentralize where they're going for this information into places like whether it was Gab or Getter or Twitch or wherever it was. And then what did you have there? People that could all of a sudden start having these conversations and look into this information that Josh is talking about. So you had these two things that were running parallel that complemented each other to get us to where we're at now. And the game changer for this is, so the deep state, they rolled with that. They were going with censorship. But then all of a sudden something happened that made them panic. And this is where they made a very big mistake. We got news that this man, this big tech guy, said, I'm going to buy Twitter. And we all know him as Elon. And what the deep state knew at that second was, hold up. Our method of censorship right now has been deplatforming. And so if he takes over Twitter, we're going to lose the ability to deplatform. So now what do? Well, we got to flood the information highways with just overabundance of information. So what this did is it forced them into recruiting people, whether it was Clubhouse or these other apps that weren't necessarily part of like their formal recruitments. These were just people, well, they got a big voice, let's see if we can get them. And it started off with, in those conversations. And I've had people that have come forward and say, hey, this is how much money I was offered. This was the narrative that I was told to push. So we know that this is something that legitimately was happening. But what happened was that, well, now it forced the counterweight came. And that's where you saw this massive amount of people that weren't big voices, but had the information because of these boards. And with that, I'll give it back to you, Josh.
Yeah. And so when you go into the idea of Keystone, it says it right there in the key post that the key is POTUS and military intelligence, and the stone is the people. And that those three combined equal the Keystone, the one that unlocks what America truly is. And what he's trying to tell us is that to take back America, POTUS and the military can't do this on their own. They need the people. And it's not just the support of the people, because our republic was never meant for just us to vote once every 4 years or vote every 2 years and, sit back and go live our lives. Is that we have to be active participants. This is the point of a republic. That, I said this today in an earlier interview. I said, it's very funny how when Budweiser pisses us off or Dick's Sporting Good pisses us off, we can go out there and we can raise our voices in a unified accord and cancel the shit out of them. But the same people cannot get together and say, Trump, it's time to fire Pam Bondi. Trump, you need to get rid of Susie Wiles. Because here's the thing. If we did in that same type of campaign, it would happen instantaneously. Because that's how this government operates. So if we remember, Trump said, I'm returning the power back to the people. But the question is are the people ready? Because the power comes with great responsibility. And that responsibility is that we have to come in and come together through our commonalities. And we have to lead this government. We have to tell our representatives, our Congress, our Senate, our president, that hell no, this is what we want. Hey, look, I don't care if you think that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. I don't think if you believe that there's a nothing burger. I don't give a shit. I want it all released. I want it all unredacted. And I want it yesterday. I want to know all the people that are on that list. I want to know the methods and the uses. I want to see the integrative nature of how Jeffrey Epstein ran the finances for illicit organizations and then funneled that into legitimate finances, laundering money for the billionaires of the world, for the criminal cartel organization known as the CIA, and for basically showing us everything and how it works. That's the main reason why they're not releasing the Epstein files. It has nothing to do with Epstein or the victims. It has nothing to do with the people on the compromise. It has everything to do because it exposes the network of the deep intelligence apparatus, how it moves money, how it influences elections, how it overthrows countries, because that is the truth. But here's the thing is they're trying to protect the system. And you know what? Fuck the system. Stop protecting it. It's time to release it. And if we came out there in the same united accord as we did against Budweiser, it would happen tomorrow.
Brilliant, brilliant. Now the Seditious Six, I was on a roundtable last night with senior enlisted senior officers. All of us were in unison in denouncing the Seditious Six. Now we've heard that the Seditious Six, were informed by the CIA. So now we're talking that what you're just talking about, John Ratcliffe. He's in the CIA, of course. He was director of national intelligence at one time too. So he's got all the insight. So I was like, okay, let's see what he does. I haven't seen anything. I was in the CIA for 11 years. I know how that operates there. And if nothing's happened, that means it's business as usual. And that's why we're seeing these Seditious Six and some of these other people that are coming out with a coordinated movement right now to destroy America. What are your thoughts on Seditious Six, guys?
So, well, one, 2 days ago, I woke up to something that was had me smiling, but the White House had actually reposted my video calling out the Seditious Six, and
wow.
So
very good.
Yeah, so I was pretty pumped up about that, and the point that I was making in the video is they want, this had nothing to do with illegal orders.
Right.
What they wanted to do was they wanted to get into the minds of some of these troops that we know probably shouldn't be there, got in there through Biden's administration. They weren't filtered out because we know Obama got rid of, 160 some generals, flag officers during his time.
198 constitutional generals right after he won re-election and got inaugurated in 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, so just under 200. So we know that lack of leadership is going to allow a lot of people to filter through the cracks that otherwise would have probably just kind of phased themselves out. And in the absence of that, we know a lot of them have not only stayed, but it's put in a position of rank. We know a lot of rank comes with time of service. And so what they were doing was, they're getting in the heads of those people that whatever ideology you have, you're right. But there's another group of people too, it's just to get them to doubt President Trump. That's what it comes down to, because if you do have a compromise, major or a colonel that gives an order, and you're a soldier that doesn't, or a Marine or whatever the case may be, you're a service member that doesn't really understand what's the big picture of something that's going on, a lot can happen before you realize we shouldn't be here. And we know this because when we went out to war, you're not at home like the audience watching all the graphics on Fox or CNN. This unit's here, this unit's here, this unit's here. And you can kind of say, oh, we see the push. No, you're part of a platoon or a company that said, hey, we're going to go take Route Sioux, and this is the time frame that we got to do it in. And unless you're the officers that, in headquarters, you don't know what everybody else is doing. So how would you know if you're a part of something bad or nefarious with that lack of information? Well, you're probably going to be participating a long time before you figure that out. And so what they did was they really put this seed of doubt in these troops with all the rhetoric that's going out there. And then on top of that, when we're at the barracks, what's being shown on TV? CNN and Fox. It's Mockingbird Media. They're not showing alt media. They're not showing podcasts. So you're just seeing two birds or two wings of the same bird on this Mockingbird Media. So you get these troops that are like, well, the court of public opinion doesn't literally look like they're on our side, let alone Trump's side, or some of them are. And that creates hesitation. And I think that they are trying to create all that because something big is coming down the pipeline very shortly. And they want inaction and they want revolt.
Yep. So there's another part here, and that when they called this out, they weren't only just speaking the military. They were speaking the federal law enforcement. They were speaking to the intelligence community. And actually, what is it, today or yesterday or today, we had this leak of the conversation between Lutnick and Zelensky about Zelensky coaching on how to talk to Putin and negotiate this. And this got leaked by someone in the intelligence agency. So here's the thing: is it's already started. It is already began. So what happens when people in the intelligence community think that they're the next Edward Snowden and begin just releasing classified intelligence? Oh, Trump's doing this. Look what's going on here. Oh, this is my thoughts on this. They think that they're being patriots to the country, but they're really hurting national security and they're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's the situation that we're in. And you can blame the radical left for this. You can blame those seditious six for this. What happens when you have federal law enforcement that are going on a raid of Tren de Aragua, and that the guy that's backing you up decides, you know what, I'm not following this order when you guys are all making the move, and he doesn't have your back at that point in time. This is the type of stuff that we have to watch out for, because this is now all in play because of what they did.
And we've seen this playbook. This playbook goes all the way back to Obama. And where did we see it? With cops. If you rewind the clock back 30, 40 years, there was respect and appreciation. There was admiration for law enforcement. And then all of a sudden we get into the Obama administration, and you started to see these two communities, law enforcement and the citizenry, that they didn't trust each other. And you had, whether it was the shootings in Dallas, whether it was, Kaepernick taking the knee, whether it was BLM, going through the streets, it became accepted. Well, it's part of the First Amendment. It's this. And if cops don't like it, you're bad. We saw in a small window of 8 years that the vast majority of people at a minimum developed distrust of law enforcement. And then from there, you got activism that all of a sudden became dangerous. We were seeing cops in New York sitting in their squad cars get shot in the head, and there wasn't a whole lot of outrage from it, and that goes into, and when you get it that third phase, which is dehumanization, which we've seen that between whether it was Israel and Palestine or Russia and Ukraine, we've definitely all gone through the dehumanization. Well, the final phase is 4. So they already have the playbook for that. And this is what we're going to start seeing with the military. Create doubt within the military itself with its commander in chief. Now, at the same time, create doubt in the community that if military responds, is it something lawful or is it not lawful? Because most civilians don't understand chain of command. They don't understand the rules of engagement and stuff that we have in the military. So at the first instance of something that goes sideways, and maybe this situation, we don't really know the details of this shooting that happened today, but what if this was because there was hesitation on the side of the National Guard, or was it because these National Guard members maybe weren't armed? Like, we don't know yet. But if we end up finding out information that there was hesitation, what happens now because what's probably going to happen to the National Guard members in this area now? They're probably going to be armed if they're not armed. And their rules of engagement
are going to bring in 500 more.
Well, there you go, because now you're increasing the statistical odds of something happening. Because now the next National Guard member is going to be like, well, I'm not going to be the one that's going to get shot to the dome on that picture that I saw with, Secret Service trying to attend to this guy. That ain't going to be me. So then he pulls the trigger.
That's not good.
And then it's all placid over the media, like we saw with Floyd. It's the same thing we saw with all the BLM stuff, but it's going to be pointed at the military. Why? So this way, any movement that Trump makes with the military is going to be seen as him overstepping the powers of the presidency. And they were trying, and I truly believe that this is what we saw happening in LA. I think that they were trying to test the timing, how much resources, what's the window that Trump will deploy this, what level of use of force is he going to allow the military, the Marines, and the National Guard to execute there, and how much jurisdiction are they going to take over local law enforcement? And I think both sides weren't really trying to show their hands, but I think it was because this was always the plan, what we're about to step into in the next few weeks.
So I got an update on the shooting in DC. You ready for this?
Yeah.
National Guard shooter identified as Ramanullah Lakhanawala, 29, of Afghanistan, entered the United States under the Biden administration in 2021. It has begun.
Yep. So let's look at, we've talked about how there's going to be these false flags and eventually war in the big cities. Do you think that Venezuela they know that it's about to get hit, and the cartels, run all the way back to these big cities? And they control the governors and the mayors and all that stuff. Do you think maybe that's one of the reasons why they're trying to push this right now?
So a few things about Venezuela. So did you listen to the Gary Bernstein interview with Lara Logan? I mean, they put out some great
No, I
information.
saw that, but I
yeah.
haven't gotten to see it yet.
For a little bit of information for people out there, you have the Cartel del Sols. So the Cartel del Sols is not their generals don't have stars; they have suns. So the Cartel of the Suns, the head guy is Maduro, and the generals are like the capos, and they run all of the cartels and gangs in that organization. You have Tren de Aragua, which was trained in prison by the Maduro regime with Iranian intelligence. I mean, they had 500 operators of Tren de Aragua that were trained by Iranian intelligence, and then they were the first deployable assets into the United States of America, followed by 5,000 of their army afterwards. You have Margarita Island off the coast of Venezuela, of which since 2011 through congressional testimony has been a haven for Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Iranian Revolutionary Guard. I mean, when we're talking Hezbollah, we're talking about Hezbollah Unit 910. This is what Todd Bensman testified in 2022 in congressional testimony that was coming over the Texas border in troves, not hundreds, thousands. 5,000 is what they interdicted at the Texas border. They're told by the Biden administration, let them go through. This is trained by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And where do we put them? We put them in U.S. cities. And so this was just one small part of a larger piece. And so Hamas, Houthis, Iran, you would have Iran's foreign minister who was in Caracas on the night of the 2020 election with Donald Trump, watching with Maduro as Venezuela, Iran, Soros and friends, and the UK MI6 stole the U.S. election from Donald Trump. So we have this big connection that, and I look at these, or like countries like Venezuela, I look at them as, I call them autonomous zones. It's like Ukraine. Ukraine is being like liberated as an autonomous zone right now by Putin, in my belief, and that Trump and Putin are basically going to split up the resources and tell Zelensky to kind of take a hike. But Venezuela is another autonomous zone. It doesn't have any international oversight. These countries can do anything that they want, and they're very rich, they're very wealthy, and they're very powerful. When the Cartel of the Suns, the Cartel del Sols, came into power, they seized the $4 trillion of assets. 4 of their top billionaires hold about $2.1 trillion in actual money and capital, and this is what they utilize to fund a lot of these international organizations and operations. You have Cuban Intelligence Agency, which runs a lot of their operations throughout Latin America and throughout Mexico. You have China that came in with the Belt and Roads Initiative all throughout South America, Latin America. They control the Panama Canal. They've been funding the Mexican cartels, supplying them with uniforms and weapons and equipment. Last year, when we heard MANPADS were coming over the southern border, these were directly from Chinese special forces troops that were operating with the cartels in Mexico that were bringing over resources in the United States of America. And so when we start to look at this, we have to understand that the Biden administration allowing 23 million people into the United States illegally wasn't done just because we love people and we need to diversify our gene pool. It was done because they were preparing for a war. They were bringing their members of their army over our southern border, and they were implementing them. So why did we have 2 million Chinese military-age males? Because that's the cleanup crew. That was part of the deal. China funds a lot of their operations after the color revolution's over, and this is how it would look like. And I know we talked about this with Scott and Nino, is that you would have Hamas and Hezbollah, you have Tren de Aragua in a city. You would have 100 of them. I mean, we're talking there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of them in these cities. You only need 100. You only need 100. You break those 100 up into 5 groups of 20. You have an active shooter situation on the south side of the city, which produces an all call. Immediately when the police are on that one side, you take down the 911 communications. The other groups, they go out, they take over communications, they take over power and energy. They go to the police precincts, take over the armory, the National Guard armory, and that state is done. All command and control is lost at that point. And that's only with 100 men. You got tens of thousands in there. And then what happens after that state's taken over? That's when the Chinese military would come in and occupy it. They put people in the prison camps, and now they own that land. And we know this because, I mean, you guys saw combat. I didn't, but we all know this, that if Minneapolis was turned into Fallujah, it would take less than 24 hours to take down that city. It would take 5 years to get it back.
Yep.
That's the scenario that's being brought up.
Insight. This is great. And then Alpha, you can jump in because this is in our kind of realm, combat action. So when I was at before I left the military 25 years ago in SEAL teams, I was working in the intel branch and, operations and all that kind of stuff. We already knew that Hamas was coming into South America and infiltrating heavily. 10 years before that, 35 years ago, when I was at SEAL Team 6, we were already discussing going into Venezuela 35 years ago. So we have known about this for a while. We have planned about this for a long time. I think we're coming, obviously, to a head with this. What were your thoughts, Alpha?
Well, one of the easiest things that we can do, because now we're talking about military, we're talking about war strategy on domestic soil. And that's gonna you're gonna operate differently then, because morale's a weapon. And one of the things that allows us as gunslingers to operate the way we do when we're on foreign ground is because you don't have the concept of worry about your family, because your family's secured, so you can focus on your job. Well, when the war unfolds on U.S. soil, all of a sudden there's a new variable that even our most elite have never had to really deal with. And is things at home as secure as I think it is? And anytime you introduce a variable into the formula of a combat strategy, that just makes everything more dangerous. Now, one of the things that law enforcement can do right now in collaboration with the military, and this is where you're going to need the guys that were prior intel, prior SOF, that are now in law enforcement, need to speak up. If you're in the Department of Corrections, and I know a lot of people in the Department of Corrections watch this show, if you're in the Department of Corrections and you've seen a drop, I'm talking a significant drop in inmate crime, in gang crime, or correspondence in the jails, we would say, well, that's a great thing. If that matches that the fact that you have been proactive, you've been doing enforcement, that you would expect that. Now, if you're being honest with yourselves and you haven't seen operations, task force, if you haven't seen any proactive movement and you're seeing that, you better start asking fucking questions. You better reach out, go from the Department of Corrections, you better reach out into your gang and your cartel cops that are operating in the streets. And if they tell you they're seeing the same thing and they don't have the proactive measures, let me tell you guys what's really fucking going on. We have known historically, especially with the Southern gangs and the Mexican gangs, whether it's MS-13, whether it's 18th Street, whatever the case may be, we've always understood, well, they answer to the Mexican mafia, because we've never had to really dig beyond that. But when you start to look at the Mexican mafia is not the one all control all. Who do they answer to that's in Mexico? Whether it's the Sinaloa cartel or the Michoacana or Juarez, but then where do they answer to? Because it's all, where do the drugs come from? That's where the ultimate power comes. And this brings us all the way back to Colombia. This brings us back to Venezuela. This brings us back to those. Now, if those cartels are saying, hey, the last thing we need is for you guys to be doing at the street level, right? Because they do stuff just like we do in the military. The last thing we need you guys to do is too much robbery, because what you're going to do is you're going to generate your normal law enforcement investigations that are going to start wiretapping things. They're going to start doing surveillance of things. And what we need is the most minimal amount of that, because what are we doing? We're actually plotting a color revolution. Whether the street gangs understand that or they get all that, this is the intent of why it is. And so one of the things that law enforcement can do right now is, if you have seen a significant drop in your gang and your cartel crimes, find a way to get in contacts with your federal partners that work in Mexico. Find a way to get in contact with your federal partners that are at Customs and Border Patrol. We know that they have a shitload more guys that are working in Customs and Border Patrol. And this goes into a conversation that me and Josh had a few weeks ago, where there was we're gonna hire 100,000 more. And we know the background process takes a while. And we know that your normal everyday cops can't. But what did that do? That provided camouflage to get military special forces guys to do adjacent style training, because you still got to operate within the confines of the law, but you can expedite training. You can say, hey, this training will suffice for this, and we're going to get you credentialed. And we know that these guys are working at the Border Patrol. We know they're in HSI and CBP. If all these people can find a way to centralize their intelligence, they'll be able to figure out exactly the locations of these color revolutions. Because I don't care how great our DOD intel is, this is not foreign soil. The intel from your street cop is something that is going to be new for everybody, and they need to figure it out now, not when this is actually unfolding, because then it's going to be too late.
Wow, that's fantastic. You got both sides of that fence. You have the military side and the law enforcement side, and you work with gangs and all that kind of stuff. Wow, super amazing insight. Now, Josh, back over to you. So politically, giving all this cover, we have the seditious six. You have Mark Kelly, captain in the Navy and astronaut. He's like, how dare Trump, I've served my country. Well, so did Benedict Arnold. So we're seeing the same thing. I look at both of them. I'm like, you're Benedict Arnold currently. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that what we're looking at is the surface level. We see a senator, we see a captain of the United States Navy, a test pilot, an astronaut. But behind the scenes, we see someone who was probably recruited a long time ago into a deep state intelligence apparatus and who's nothing more than a rogue operator that is facilitating for the deep state. I mean, this goes back all the way to Gabby Gifford, his wife, that was shot in the head. She was a congressman. He was just a naval officer at the time. And then, what happens? His wife, gets shot in the head, and this prompts massive legislation for gun change. And it's like, wow, that just seems to be a false flag. The guy was a veteran. I mean, Thomas Crooks, according to the FBI, operated alone. We have Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk assassin, operated alone. We have everybody operated alone. All these lone gunmen, man. I mean, all these school shootings, all just lone gunmen. But then we know that there's operations in the past where the FBI goes in and they recruit them, that they utilize Facebook with various different types of their algorithm to focus and target specific individuals. And then they radicalize them. They throw them in the Discord groups.